into to the events for the day. Hello, welcome in for everyone tuning in on YouTube, and once again for everyone that is already here on TikTok. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. As per usual, today we are going to be debating Trump supporters. If you don't know what we do here, that's it. We try to change the mind of minds, plural, of Americans that still happen to support President Trump as president, as well as we just advocate for more critical thought and knowledge and education for the masses. So if you're watching the stream, you're not a Trump supporter, guess what? You're still going to be able to take something away, that being education on why exactly the Trump administration is so terrible. So you could possibly take that info, turn around and share it with your friends and family that may still support Trump as president. Now, before we hop into the debates of the day, there is some breaking news that we got to discuss. I just posted a few videos about this on my Instagram and my TikTok, and let me tell you, this is probably the craziest headline I've ever reported on. So, Trump openly declared war on America. That is dead serious. That's the headline, right? That's insane. More specifically, what he did was this morning, he had a meeting with his lead generals at the Pentagon alongside his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. In his speech to his top generals, he said that they are going to deploy the military in cities like Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, Chicago, and he said, and I quote, "This is war." Right? This is a war, and the enemy is the enemy from within, end quote. That is what he said. He said, this is war, this is a war, and the worst enemy is the enemy from within, right? Those are quotes from his speech this morning to his generals at the Pentagon. And he also went on to say that he told the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to use these cities as training grounds for our military. So not only did he declare war on these American cities, I mean, he said it himself, this is a war, but he also directed his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to use these specifically Democratic cities as training grounds for the military and the National Guard of the United States of America. Okay, I cannot understate to everyone watching from home right now how serious this is. This is probably something that you are underreacting to, okay? Right? Because this is batshit insane. The first questions that come to my mind are, why is no one stopping him? You know, why doesn't this, ignite the light bulb in the minds of these generals to do something about it, right? They have an oath to serve and protect the Constitution, not serve and protect Donald Trump, right? So I really wish that something would come out of this and that something would happen, but the nature of reality is it's not, right? They're not going to stop him. They're not going to check him, and this is just going to go down in history as another comment that Trump made that was completely crazy and insane that no one cares about, right? But this comment specifically is so insane to the point where we now have Trump supporters in my live stream denying that he said it at all. Right? So that's how you know it's crazy. That's how you know it's insane. But let's go ahead and hop into the debates. Honestly, I would like the very first conversation of the day to not just be with a Trump supporter, but more specifically a Trump supporter that supports those things that Donald Trump said, or might have a partisan explanation for those things, or just wants to have a conversation about it, because I think that's crazy. Let's get the perspective of the right on this. So if that's you and you're watching on TikTok, make sure to hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're going to bring you up here. We'll have a conversation. We're going to debate. And yeah, let's hop into it for the day. Maybe quickly before we do, there's 3 people I'd like to thank here, actually 2. Blake, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying I live in San Francisco. We're just south of it. What should I expect from this bullshit war declaration? I would say just a militarization of similar to what we've seen in DC. But honestly, I don't know. Donald Trump is unpredictable. He has an unpredictable nature, right? Because you never know what he's going to do, because he doesn't know what he's going to do until he does it, because he doesn't really put much forethought into it. I'd also like to thank Jenny for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Jenny. But let's go ahead and hop into those debates for the day. We're going to get that very first guest up right now. Please make sure that you are only in that queue if you support Trump as president. We're just specifically looking for those debates. And Parker may be joining us for a little co-host some point soon. But what's going on, quote unquote, King Trump? Do you support Trump as president?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So we just went over how earlier this morning when Donald Trump was speaking at the Pentagon to his top generals, he declared war on America, more specifically democratically run American cities like San Francisco, Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York.
Great.
And why do you think that's great?
Because the gays need to quit it, man. Quit the riots.
Did you just say the gays?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so
and Israel, Palestine, we don't need that in America.
So you're okay with the president of America declaring war in America because of gay people? How do gay people come into this?
Because they're the ones starting the riots.
What riots? Like seriously, like he declared
Israel,
war
Palestine,
on San Francisco, LA, New York, Chicago. What riots do we see in San Francisco, LA, New York, and Chicago
Israel,
right
buddy?
Now?
I said it twice, buddy.
Now you're just saying the word Israel. The word Israel doesn't explain your view here.
Israel, Palestine?
Well, what does Israel and Palestine have to do with Donald Trump's declaration of war on these 5 democratically run cities?
That's what the riots are about.
What riots and where? Like right now,
Right now,
what riots are occurring in New York? Right now, what riots are occurring in San Francisco, Chicago, LA? Right now, what riots?
Well, he's going to Memphis and Chicago to fix the hood, you could call it.
Okay, well, now you're completely changing your claim by just pulling in more words. No, you told me that there's gay people rioting in these cities that justifies Donald Trump's declaration of war.
I already
Can you
know
please
there is,
show
buddy.
me?
We don't
Can
gotta
you
keep
can
talking
you
about
can you
it.
please show me the gay people rioting in these cities?
Bro, it's clearly them because no straight man would
Where
do that shit.
where do we see the riots? Where do we see the gay people rioting? Can you show me?
Well, I just drove to a big city and I seen a whole bunch of rioters with gay signs on them.
What sign? What signs? What city? What riots? Where?
Why are you stuttering, bitch?
Because I have a stutter. I literally have a speech impediment.
You're a pussy.
And now we're just throwing words out there. Hey, how many continents are there?
How many? Are you a virgin?
Well, I mean, I think the only virginity that you haven't broken is going to school. We'll call that the virginity of education. Dip your toe in for the first time. Try to get that education, bro. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest here. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. That guy is just completely outrageously delusional. Yeah, that's the type of person that supports Trump. Right, dude. Literally, all that fills his mind apparently is gay people rioting. Dude, like, where did he even get that one from? It's crazy. It's crazy. You know what? I guess his mindset is if Donald Trump does something that is detestably and obviously bad, all that you have to do is blame it on gay people, right? Like, not only are there not any riots happening in these big cities, right? But where the fuck did gay people come into the picture? What did they do? But let's go to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're going to get that next guest loaded up, and we got SL777 connecting to the stream right now. Make sure if you are in that queue that you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. What is up? Are you MAGA? SL, you got 5 seconds. SL's not here. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. Please hop in that queue if you happen to support Trump. Please do. As well as Stevani, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying I haven't caught a live in months. Hi, Dean. Happy to be here. Stevani, it's so good to see you. I mean, if you're the right Stevani I'm thinking about, I remember you. You used to always be here. I hope that you're well. Show some love to Stevani for the $10 down below. As well as Gayla, thank you so much for the $5 saying check out hud.gov. I'll have to check it out. As well as Philip, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Philip, thank you so much. Philip says, Dean, was listening to you yesterday talk about gun violence, and a dude put a revolver in my face. Philip, I'm really happy that you're okay. Did you report that to the cops? Jesus Christ, bro. I really hope that you're safe and okay. I'm so sorry to hear that happened. I know, like, firsthand how absolutely scary that is. Please show some love to Philip down below in that comment section. What is up, Calvin? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. You do? How do you?
I support Trump because of one thing.
Okay, so you do support Trump. You sound of age. How old are you? Sorry, not how old are you? What time is it? Can you answer my question, please?
Yeah, I do support Trump because
No,
of
I
the
asked you what time is what time it is.
what time is it?
Yeah.
I'm in Africa. It's 10.
Okay. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. However, we're only looking to talk to people in America. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Make sure if you are in that queue that you are an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president. Make sure that you are an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president. What is going on? Do you support Trump, Chris?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18,
What year were you born in?
2007.
Can you drop that fake ass voice?
Fine.
Thank you. Jeffrey, thank you for the $20 on PayPal saying thank you for all the work that you do. Well, thank you so much for your kindness and your support with the $20, Jeffrey. Let's get 200 Jeffrey W's down below. Thank you so much, man. Go ahead and take it away, Chris. Why do you support Trump as president?
I love America.
Okay, drop the fake ass voice. Just say it regularly.
But I like the fake voice.
Well, it's annoying. Okay, so you love America, therefore you support Trump. I have a question. Do you love core American values, such as the Constitution?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're back to the fake voice, Chris.
No, that's my normal voice.
Get out of here. That was kind of funny. That was pretty funny. I gotta say that one cracked me up. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. That was kind of funny as fuck. You know what, Chris? Good troll. That cracked me up. That cracked me up. Good troll. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Hop in that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. Oh boy, geez, guys. All right. We got Delaney loaded in. It doesn't look like she is loading in, so I'm going to go and kick her and move on to the next guest, Jet. Just once again, I will please ask you guys to follow the rules. Just make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump if you find yourself in that queue. What is up, Jet? Are you MAGA?
Yo, hello.
Hey, what's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Jerry, thank you for the Jolly the Joy Bean over on TikTok. How old are you?
19.
Okay, Mr. Jet. If you could get a little bit closer to your mic, I think it'd make you sound a little bit more clear for the
Okay,
stream.
yeah.
But go ahead and take it away. Tell us why
Hello?
you're... Sounds better. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I do have a separate question real quick before we get into that. Is that okay?
I mean, I'd prefer to just hop into the debate. It's been 14 minutes on stream so far, and we really haven't had a debate.
Okay. Well, oh, fuck, I came in for a different question. All right. So, I was looking at my options, weighing out my options, right? Whenever I was at the voting table, I've seen all the bad things that Trump has done and said. I don't agree with everything he says. I also don't agree with everything that Kamala has said and done. And I just wanted to, find a person to vote for. I'm not a full-on Trump lover, but I did vote for him and support him in the last election because I find that he did and said less contradictory and less, what I saw with Kamala. It seemed like my bad, Kamala, is that she won. Okay. Sorry, my bad. Is that she was very contradictory on a lot of her points and things that she was for, and it seemed very performative. And that he's typing.
I'm still listening.
Okay. I just saw a lot of things that she said that she wanted to do, and then past clips of her completely saying the opposite thing.
Okay, thank you so much for your claim, Jet. I'm going to put you on mute while I'm responding to it just because you have a little bit of an echo on your mic there. Feel free to unmute as soon as I'm done. So we're actually going to go ahead and weigh your argument with a following discussion. I'm going to go over the blatantly contradictory things that Donald Trump has said, and then you're going to counter that by describing to me what the blatantly contradictory things that Kamala Harris had said, okay? I'm going to have a field day with this one. So one blatant contradiction is that Donald Trump ran on the full and total release of the Epstein files, but then 2 months into office, the Epstein files were something he told us to stop talking about. Jeffrey Epstein is a figment of the past, and that the Epstein files were a Democratic hoax, right? So there's one contradiction. Another contradiction is he said that he was going to drop the prices of groceries so fast on day one your head would spin. We're now 8 or 9 months into his term, and the price of groceries has only gone up. Another contradiction. Another one would be when he promised that he would end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one, and now, once again, 9 months in, it hasn't gotten any better. In fact, it's only gotten worse. That's a third contradiction. A fourth contradiction would say that, he considers himself to be an American patriot. He said that he was going to protect law and order, right? But then in the last 9 months of his presidency, he's infringed on the First Amendment. He's called for termination of the Second Amendment. He has infringed on the 14th Amendment, and he said that he wants to terminate the 22nd Amendment. So how can he uphold law and order while simultaneously, begrudgingly infringing on the American Constitution with no rhyme or reason whatsoever? Another contradiction is that he ran on transparency and free speech. Now, 8 and 9 months into his term, he told us in the Oval Office last week that it's actually illegal to criticize him in the media. Another contradiction is that he ran on imposing the golden age of the American economy and that this country would prosper, but in the last 9 months, the GDP fell in its first quarter. The Feds have projected the annual rate of growth to be 1.4%. Meanwhile, last year's 2.5%. Investment into American business has gone stagnant, and we see that long-term unemployment is up. There's now more unemployed Americans than open job opportunities, okay? And I could continue to go on and on all day about this, but I feel like that is maybe a sufficient amount of information to start the conversation off with. I think it gave you maybe 7 or 8 of these quote-unquote contradictions that are true of Trump. Can you give me 1 or 2 that were true of Kamala Harris?
That were true? Well, she hasn't served as president, so I can't really say any claims that she had made for, what she would do as president, because she simply has not been in office.
I want to treat this cup like a toilet. I'm going to take your argument. I'm going to put it in the toilet, and then I just flush the toilet, and it went down the drain.
Why the toilet? Why the disrespect?
Because we just flushed your argument down the drain.
Okay, right. To make it work, though, we have to state some things that she has said, because I did not come in here saying that everything Trump has done is great, and that he isn't contradictory himself. But we also have to look at her, things that she's said and done, right? That were not even with her, like.
Right, so then do it. You're the one that said that she had contradictions.
Right.
So what are they?
Can I search them up on my computer like you did?
Well, I didn't search them up on my computer. Sure, if you want to do research, you feel free. What I would recommend is if you're going to come up here and make an argument for why you support Trump, I'd hope that you would do the research on the supporting evidence for said argument before you come up. Because keep in mind, you are the one that mentioned the contradictions in Kamala Harris's positions running for the presidency, and now you're the one telling me that you don't know what they are and you're going to have to look them up.
Right. Is Israel committing genocide?
Well, the answer to the question from my perspective would be yes. I don't understand what this is doing for your argument, though.
Nothing at all. I was just curious. That was my question I had before I came in here.
Okay, so can you please give me these contradictions in Kamala Harris's platform?
On her platform? That she is for the younger generation. Whenever she called our generation Gen Z stupid, that's a direct claim that she made. That she is not putting African Americans in jail. She jailed, I forgot what the number was, but I think it was around 50 for marijuana usage. And
oh, I got to kick you now for saying the name of a drug. We actually can't say those on TikTok terms of service. I feel bad for that guy. He really caught a stray there. That's a rule. I apologize. If I knew where you were going with that argument, I would have told you. But I'm just going to go and respond to those 2 things before we move on to our next guest. So your first contradiction by saying that she said she was for the younger generation and called Gen Z stupid. Not only is that a misinterpretation, but it's also out of context. So her statements about the younger generation were 5 or 10 years ago when she was just simply saying that a lot of people that are 18, 19, and 20 years old can be immature and lack life experience. Therefore, she thinks that our public education system should do a better job at preparing them for said life experience. And to that, I can agree. And in fact, I think given this nuance, given this context, it explains perfectly why she would therefore say she supports the younger generation, because that is her supporting the younger generation. So those 2 things don't contradict. They actually work hand in hand. Now about your second statement, saying that she never locked up anybody that was black, and then you brought up how she actually did when she was serving as a prosecutor in California. I just reject that contradiction is true. I reject that she's ever said that she's never prosecuted any black American. Right? But let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to get you pulled up here. We get our next guest, Tom Rod, loading in right now. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pin message over on YouTube.
Hold on, my Wi-Fi is coming.
What's up, Tom Rod? Oh, Tom Rod is gone. Oh, and he's back. What's
Hello.
going on? What's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I don't support Trump.
Unfortunately, I do have to remove you for that, man, as we are just looking to talk to MAGA. You have a good rest of your day, though, Tom Rod. Moving on to the next guest, we got Jeremy loading up. And Patty, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat on YouTube saying you are amazing.
Olives over on Super Chat on YouTube saying you are amazing. Olives over on Super Chat on YouTube saying you are...
That was a crazy echo there, Jeremy. Give me 1 second. I need to finish thanking Patty. Thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars, Patty. If we could please show some love to Patty down below in the comment section, it would mean the absolute world to me. As well as Abby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying once again, visit hud.gov. Okay, multiple people are telling me to do that. I'm going to have to do it. As well as Leo, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Leo. And then Sally with the $20 saying keep on fighting the good fight, team. Thank you so much, Sally. And let's see here. Erica with the $2. Thank you, Erica. What's going on, Jeremy? Do you support Trump as president?
What's up, man? I do. I think Trump is a better candidate than Kamala, and I have a claim that I can make. If you wouldn't mind responding to my claim, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually going to go and give you the mic and allow you to make your argument after I thank Sophia for the $5 over on PayPal, saying, I'm living in a Republican household and you give me some peace of mind. Love what you do. Thank you so much, Sophia. Show some love to Sophia in that chat. And go ahead, tell us why you think Donald Trump is a good president.
Yeah, so I think Trump's a better candidate than Kamala. I think he's a better president than she would have been, because I think pro-choice is a racist policy, and I can defend that claim.
Oh, no.
Do you want me to elaborate, or are you just gonna scoff?
Yeah, man, feel free to elaborate on how allowing women and girls to access healthcare is racist and how taking away access to healthcare from women and girls is not racist.
I don't blame the women. It's the people that are in charge pushing this policy. I think so. My claim is that people are using AB as a racist policy so that they can keep the minority population below a certain percentage that's easier to control. If you look at the disparity in American percentage, the population is made up of 67% white and only 14% black. Now, you could say that this might have nothing to do with AB, but let's look a little bit deeper into it. If you look at the Center for Disease Control.gov website, it'll show you that 85 to 87% of ABs are by unmarried mothers, which is mostly single mothers. And then it will also go on to clarify that the vast majority of these women that are getting ABs are non-Hispanic black women. And number two, which is still a pretty large disparity from white women, is Hispanic women. So can you tell me that this disparity in population of 67% white and 14% black has nothing to do with this pro-choice policy?
Thank you so much for your argument. Yeah, super serious argument that everyone should really take super seriously. Dear God. So I'm actually going to go and correct the misinformation, if you'd allow me to speak this.
Have you never heard the argument that putting liquor stores inside of underfunded black communities was a racist strategic policy to keep black people doing degenerate behavior?
So before you continue,
have you ever heard that argument? Before
you continue to speak, I'd actually like to respond to your argument without interruption. But I think before I respond to your argument, let's hone in on the fact that you just said to keep black Americans engaging in degenerate behavior. That's something that racist people say. So I find it very telling that you're going to come up here, say something that racist people say, and maybe informing us about the facts of your character, while then saying that allowing women access to abortion or healthcare is racist. And I actually think that calling abortion access racist is a tool for racism, and I will explain that one to you. But before I do, I need to respond to the misinformation that you perpetuated in your position. You said that a vast majority of abortions are received by black women, yes?
Non-Hispanic black women, yes.
Could we agree that a majority would be 50%?
No, because there's more than two groups in this. So because there's so many ethnic groups, black women, I think it's what, 30%?
No.
And then the next closest.
A majority of anything.
So
would be
go ahead and
50%.
make your fallacious argument. I'll dispute it.
Can you define majority?
A majority is the highest percentage of any group. So if it has 5 different subgroups inside, the majority can be 30%.
Wrong.
Yes.
So
if every other group is below 30%.
Wrong. So a majority would be most of.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so you just conceded that a majority is most of. So in order for black women to be getting a majority of abortions, they'd be having to get most of abortions, and most of abortions, or
Are
most
you
of anything,
actually?
would be 50% or higher. And that's false. So black women receive 37%
He's
of
lying.
abortions. Uh,
He's lying,
my
guys.
source is the Guttmacher Institute.
Yeah, that's not as reputable as the CDC.gov.
I would actually.
You can look. It says word for word.
I wouldn't doubt it if the Guttmacher Institute actually was the one that provided data to CDC. And I'm seeing the same thing. Not
This
just
is what they do
reported
when
on
they can't
by
refute your
Guttmacher.
claim, guys.
No, you just
He's
interrupted
pivoting.
me. I'm not pivoting. I'm just trying
He's
to make an
pivoting
argument,
and
and you're
muting
interrupting
me.
me because you're
Silencing
interrupting
the
me.
competition is fascism.
Okay, well, I guess you just
And
called
I'm a
Donald Trump
real
fascist when he said it
libertarian.
was illegal
You're
to
not.
speak negatively on
I'm
the
a
media.
real libertarian. You're not. You support a racist policy, and your only excuse is ignorance.
Well, you actually haven't even heard my counter argument yet, since you have consistently interrupted me.
I see a lot of people agreeing with me.
Well, agreeing with what? I mean, an argument that I haven't been able to respond to because you interrupt me?
You had plenty of time to respond. I didn't interrupt. I was very quiet and patient.
Okay.
You never refuted my argument. The
So
only
I
thing you said
disagree.
was that I'm racist for pointing this disparity out.
Wow.
So does that
Actually-
mean that white people
wait, actually-
shouldn't speak
actually,
up on
according-
injustices they perceive?
According to the CDC in 2019, black women accounted for 38.4% of abortions in America out of a total of 629,898 abortions. So not only have
Which
I now
is
given you
more
that's
than
an
any
interruption.
other group in
that's
America.
That's an interruption.
More than any other group in America.
This is an interruption. You have to be able to let me
So
finish
how is
speaking.
it not the majority?
Because a majority would be most of, accounting to 50% or more.
He's lying.
You can't say that I'm lying about what majority means, given that you
Look it up
already
for
agreed.
yourselves. He's lying. Look it up for yourselves.
This guy's
and
okay.
You'll see.
I'm gonna continue to mute you unless you let me speak. Do you have a problem? Why can't you allow me to finish?
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I genuinely really appreciate it. So a couple points, and then I'm going to get to the meat on the bone with the position. But if you continue to interrupt me every time I open my mouth, I will never be able to get to the meat on the bone in your position, calling access to abortion racist, okay? And the reason we haven't been able to get to said meat on the bone is because every time I open my mouth to dispute the minuscule bits of misinformation that you perpetuated within your original position, you've interrupted me and just basically accused me of lying. So first, we're going to go through your two accusations of lying. Then we're going to clear up the misinformation originally perpetuated in your position. And then third and finally, we'll get to the meat on the bone, me arguing against the notion that allowing women and girls access to abortion is racist. So let's start off with that
Hey,
first
do you mind
point.
if I read
Come on.
this straight off the page real quick?
No, I want to be able to go through my 3 points. Can you just hold that off until
Oh,
I'm done?
because you know you're wrong. He
I don't
knows
e-
he's lying.
I
I
don't
have
even-
the proof pulled up.
I don't even know what you want to read off the page. So I don't know that I'm wrong because I don't know what you're going to say. I just want to be able to finish speaking and get to my 3 points. So I'm going to start off with my first point. You've accused me of lying at 2 times in this conversation. The most recent time you've accused me of lying is when I said that a majority was most of. You can't say that I'm lying when I say that a majority is most of, when literally 5 minutes ago you accepted that we both define majority as most of. So that would be a contradiction on your part, and you're just too silly to even track the dialogue. The second point,
Can I
insofar as
read
where you
this
said
for
that
you
I was
real quick,
lying,
please?
the second, no, because I'm not done. The second point where you said I was lying is when I said that black women didn't get a majority of abortions, but rather only received 38% in this country, right? And I gave you my source of Guttmacher Institute, and then you said, I think that the CDC is more reliable than Guttmacher, and the CDC says otherwise. Well, once again, you're even wrong about that. According to the CDC in 2019, out of the 629,000 abortions that were reported to them, black women accounted for 38.4% of them. So according to the CDC, I'm right and you're wrong. So I'm going to allow you to respond to those 2 points, and then I'll finally get to the meat on the bone. The meat on the bone, that being why I think it is not racist to allow women to access abortion.
Okay, I'm going to read this word for word so there's no confusion. All right? This is not my definition. This is the definition of our government. Okay? Yes, women of color and unmarried women account for a disproportionate number of abortions in the United States, although no single demographic constitutes the majority of abortion patients. I will concede that you were correct on that one point.
Everything you just said there was true. Yes, black women disproportionately receive abortions at higher rates than white women. That is true.
So
right?
how
I never
does
said
that
was
not
false.
correlate to the difference in population percentage?
I don't even know what that question means. What?
the white population of America, whites make up 67% and blacks make up
Black
14%.
individuals.
How is the disparity in abortion not a correlate to the
Nadia, thank you
difference
so
in
much for the Viking
population
hammer. I
percentage?
appreciate you so much for the love.
And is it possible that there's people in charge of these abortion policies that were using it to keep the minorities, specifically black people, at a lower percentage of population so they were easier to be controlled? That was my claim of.
I will now explain to you why black women are disproportionately more likely to access and get abortions compared to white women in this country. So
There's more poor white women than poor black women.
I would really
it's a per capita argument.
I would really appreciate if you allow me to finish. If you don't allow me to finish, I'm just going to kick you.
Okay, I'm quiet.
Okay. If you interrupt me again, what am I going to do to you?
I got it, man. I got you.
And tell me, what am I going to do to you?
Come on, don't be patron.
I'm going to kick you.
I got you.
I'm going to kick you.
Yeah, I got you.
So 54% of women that access abortion report the reason as being what?
What, low economic status?
Financial instability. And in
So
this
do you
country,
think-
and you interrupted me again. So in this country,
That was not an accident.
in this country, it is the case that because of systemic racism, right, black Americans have a lower socioeconomic standard on average compared to white Americans, meaning that per capita, they're more likely to experience financial instability, right? This has a lot to do with systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath. This has a lot to do with white Americans having more generational wealth than black Americans. And this has a lot to do with historic, legal, and social hard lines and stigmatization surrounding black individuals in the workforce. Now, because black women are per capita more likely to experience financial instability than white women, and a majority of women who access abortion report their reason to be financial instability, we would expect not a majority, but a disproportionate amount of women who access abortion to be black for that reason. Now, all that this means is that if it is racist to allow women and girls to access abortion because a disproportionate amount of the women that do are black, regardless of that reason being they're more likely to experience financial instability, I would dispute that argument on the basis, turning it around on you and rather arguing that it is actually racist to ban abortion, as you are disproportionately negatively impacting and disenfranchising black women compared to white women. And if you want to fix the fact that a disproportionate amount of women who access abortion are black compared to white, well, don't cut off their access to enact upon their human right to bodily autonomy, as there's no good reason to infringe on it, but rather attempt to address the systemic issues in which have socioeconomically positioned black Americans to be worse off on average than white Americans.
Can I respond? Your entire point is just totally fallacious. I'll read this directly from the source. There are more white women living in poverty than black women in America. For example, higher poverty rate for black women. So the only difference, you're making a per capita argument, which I've actually heard leftists claim is racist to make arguments by per capita, because there's a lot of dumb Republicans that use the argument, well, per capita, black men commit more crime than white men. That's a stupid argument, and it's a racist argument. I would also claim that your pro-choice position is still racist, because in overall numbers, you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that the reason that more black women get more abortions than white women is because their socioeconomic status. That's wrong. There are more white women living in poverty than black women in America.
And
so your claim doesn't hold up.
And because
your claim doesn't hold up.
Okay. Well, actually it does, right? And I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain how it does to you right now. In fact, it's funny because you explained to us all how my argument holds up when you were reading
by per capita.
Interruption, because you were reading off of Google and you accidentally read off that black women have a higher poverty rate in this country than white women. In fact, I'm now going to go ahead.
Per capita.
That's what a poverty rate is. I'm going to go ahead and just...
Everybody that knows he's a liar, follow me.
I'm actually going to replay the stream when you said
muting tactics.
Because you're interrupting me because you're a man child. Are you actually... You're a man child. Are you just a fetus trying to protect your own rights here?
their only excuse for their racist policies are ignorance. This person supports a racist policy.
you're going to leave after
and
this.
his only excuse is ignorance.
Okay. Well, actually, no. My only excuse would be something that you said insofar as explaining why it's not racist, that being that black women experience a higher poverty rate in this country. As soon as you read that one off of Google, you started to freak your shit, and then you went on to say, well, we need to ignore per capita statistics. We need to ignore these per capita rates, such as the fact that because black women are more likely to experience poverty in America, they're therefore more likely to experience financial instability, which perfectly explains why they'd be disproportionately more likely to access abortion, given the fact that most women who do are doing so because of financial instability. But it's funny because if you want to dispute the credibility of per capita statistics and arguing why one demographic compared to another would be more likely to experience poverty, your whole argument that access to abortion is racist is because of the per capita statistic that black women are more likely to access it. So in disputing the basis of using per capita statistics to argue a point and calling per capita statistics racist, you are in turn disputing your own point and calling yourself racist, as your argument that abortion is racist hinges on the position that per capita black women are more likely to access it.
Per capita is a red herring fallacy.
Okay.
Can you respond to that?
Then your own argument is a red herring fallacy because that's what it hinges on.
Your argument was per capita.
Your
not
argument,
mine.
yes, it is.
You're just doing a red herring fallacy.
When I say that per capita, black women are more likely to experience poverty, all that I'm saying is that black women are disproportionately more likely to experience it. Your argument was indeed that black women are more likely to access abortion. Therefore, you're saying per capita, they're more likely to access it.
Per capita is a red herring fallacy. Look it up for yourselves, everyone. He's a liar.
Define red herring.
His only excuse for supporting racist policy is ignorance, and it's willful ignorance.
Can you define red herring?
Red herring, it means that actually, can you? What's a red herring fallacy?
Yeah, for sure.
Go ahead.
For sure.
I'll wait.
Yeah, if you can't define it,
because I'm the one that pointed it out. If you don't think I looked it up first.
If you can't define it, I will define it for you. I just need you to admit humility. Feel free to turn back on your mic and admit defeat.
You just Googled it. That's the only thing. That's the difference. I actually was able to use the term correctly in calling out your fallacious argument. You had to Google it to confirm that I was correct.
Well, I mean, it really just seems like you're now just like displaying your
he's admitting it, guys. You see this?
All that I said is it just seems like you're displaying your suppositions and conspiratorial nonsense to like thousands of people, but I digress. You still haven't defined red herring.
Have you ever heard that that's because I'm the one who used red herring fallacy in the correct way. Can you please
How do you know
define it?
How do you know that you used it?
Still man my position.
How do you know that you
still man my position?
How do you know that you used it in the correct way when you don't even know what it is?
I do. I have it put up right in front of me.
Prove that. Prove that you know what it is by telling us what it is.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for you.
No, I didn't ask that question myself. I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking to you.
So you're actually not going, it's a logical fallacy. Basically, you're trying to detract someone from their argument with a bad argument. It's like you're offering, it's a non-specific argument so you can pivot from my preliminary argument.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You're defining,
and that's in layman's term. Now you read it from Google and tell me I'm wrong.
So I just need to be able to like clarify that what you're saying here is what I think you're saying here.
You're using irrelevant information to distract from my argument.
I'm gonna start counting all your interruptions with these Reese's miniature cups. I'm just gonna start setting them on my keyboard, one for every interruption.
So read the definition.
Okay, there's another one. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna be out of these. So I just want to be clear on like your definition of red herring. You told us that you think a red herring is a bad counter argument.
That's not what I said. You just straw man my definition.
What's a straw man?
Straw man is when you use my point, but you're not repeating it correctly.
Dude. Okay. So what I'm going to need you to do is if you want to be able to use these like terms like red herring, straw man, so on and so forth.
So read the definition and prove me wrong.
I can't even like set these on here. Sir.
Look, guys, I just Googled it. It just popped up.
Hey,
a red herring is either a misleading clue in a story, a logical fallacy that introduces irrelevant information. I said that word for word to distract from the main argument.
Okay.
Damn, is that what I said exactly? Holy fuck, guys.
No, it isn't exactly what you said. I'm going to go to thank a handful of
Oh,
people for
no,
their...
I just used layman's terms. I explained it in a simple way, which means that I actually understand the definition on a personal level.
Well, I think that
you don't.
I think that you described it in a wrong way. But before I respond to you, I'm actually going to go and thank a handful of people for their donations. Scarlett, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Let's get 500 Scarlett W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love, Scarlett. Scarlett with the 50 big one says, no way this guy's dodging so hard. He can't even hear himself. What a brainwashed and uneducated individual. It makes trying to love everyone equally so hard when some people legitimately have an IQ of 1 because they think it's the best. You know what, Scarlett? You ate down there. I want to see like 1,000 Scarlett W's down below. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Mike with the $5 on Venmo saying that Jeremy tried this with Ed Krasenstein and failed miserably. Tried to farm followers. Hey, shut up, buddy. Shut up, buddy. I'm thanking my donors. Shut up, buddy. I'm thanking my own donors. I'm thanking my donors, Jeremy. I'm thanking my donors, Jeremy.
I won the debate.
Wait, spell debate.
See, it's typical these leftists, man, they lie. I'm a true libertarian. These people are scumbags that ignorantly support racist policy.
Wait, actually,
and
real
it's
quick.
willful ignorance at that.
Jeremy, I just realized that my TikTok chat can't hear you. I need you to mute and unmute yourself, and it'll fix the glitch.
Yeah. Go fuck yourself. I'm done here. This guy's dishonest.
Okay, actually, before you
follow
leave,
me if you agree with what I said.
So before
guys.
you leave, I'm going to tell you exactly why using per capita statistics in response to your position is not dishonest. Okay, well, he didn't want to hear it. So that's what a big W in a debate looks like. Yeah, cooked you, Jeremy. Thank you so much for coming up here and getting cooked. It was really enjoyable and satisfying to be able to sit down and humble such an egotistical man-child. Jeremy, feel free to come back again sometime. We should do that again. Maybe we could set up another date. I found it to be very enjoyable, and I'd love you to return at some point, Jeremy. But of course we know he won't because he's too bruised, too hurt. His ego is in hell, quite frankly. I'm going to go and thank a handful of other people. Go ahead and give me a second here. Thank you so much, JB, for the $10 over on Super Chat, saying that he explained it in a simple way incorrectly. Yup. As well as Amanda. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying my compliments to the chef. Love watching you cook, Dean. Thank you so much, Amanda. As well as Andrea. Thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Andrea, saying love what you do. That is very kind of you. Thank you. And then Colleen with a $50. Oh my God, you guys are being so kind today. Colleen with a $50 says you should probably just run for president. Thank you for the daily dose of help, Dean, from Colleen. Thank you, Colleen. That is Colleen. Please show some love to Colleen down below in that comment section while we are now looking for our next Trump supporter to come up here and have a conversation. Let's go and get Will P loaded into the stream. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. What is up, Will? How old are you?
I'm 25.
25. Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
And
sure.
what time is it?
It's 3:42.
What state are you in?
New York.
And what's the capital of New York? And he left. I think he's Googling it. Goodbye. Hey, Annika, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, saying I'm German and I watch your streams every night. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Annika. As well as, let's see here, Jason, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube. Jason, that is very kind of you. That is Jaysyn. Jason says, holy hell, this chucklehead is more ate up than a soup sandwich. Jeremy ran with his little tail tucked in between his legs and crying for mommy all the way up from the basement. Dude, y'all on YouTube are like wild. I gotta say, you guys on YouTube are like seriously wild. I love you so much. Thank you for the $20 and the awesome message. Okay, everyone continue to tell me to go to hud.gov. That's the Department of Housing and Urban Development. I mean, I don't understand what would be so exciting about their website. The radical left are going to shut down the government and inflict massive pain on the American people unless they get their $1.5 trillion wish list of demands. The Trump administration wants to keep the government open for the American people. Dude, the Republicans have a majority in both the House and the Senate right now. They can't. What can they be whining about? They hold the majority in both houses. What the fuck? Dude, to pass like a new appropriations bill for funding for the next fiscal year from October 1st until September 30th, 2026. They just need a majority in the House and a majority in the Senate. Right now, Republicans hold a majority in both. What does the left have to do with this at all? Like, if every Democrat in both the House and in the Senate voted against their funding bill, it would still pass. Oh, they actually might need 60 votes. I might be wrong in the Senate to increase the debt ceiling. So actually, I'm unsure on that last statement. Just crazy shit, man. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 57. I was born in 1968.
Don't believe you for a second. Get the hell out of here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Okay, yeah, I might be wrong about that. They might need a little bit more than a majority to raise the debt ceiling if that's what they want to do. Mike Johnson closed the House to shut it down. Yeah, Mike Johnson has been a mess as of recently. What's up? How old are you?
19.
19. What year were you born in?
Why does that matter?
To confirm that you're 19, I'll give you one last chance.
19. Can I not sound 19? I don't think a 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old would sound like how I do.
Okay. Well, it doesn't change the rules. What year were you born in?
2005.
Okay. 1 month.
Why does it matter? I'm 19. Why does that matter? You trying to dox me or something?
Are you going to answer the question?
I did.
No, you didn't. I asked you what month.
For sure.
So what month were you born in? He left. Angry fetus alert. Why are you getting so mad and defensive at me for asking you clarifying questions in which make it clear that you're not actually 19 because you can't answer them?
No.
God. He needs a therapist. I feel like so many people on the right need a therapist. So many people in general need a therapist. Just somebody to talk to, you know? Everyone, if you're watching this live, go get a therapist. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, they left. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll happily get you loaded up into the stream. Hey, Robert, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Robert with the $25 says, great job staying calm with these unbearable, uninformed, and unhinged guests. Thank you for the love, Robert. You know, honestly, it's pretty easy for me to like not stay calm when like I'm having a bad day, but I'm having a pretty good day today, so I got it in me. As well as Zleeb Zolorb, thank you for the $10 super chat saying, hey, Dean, I'm a huge fan and I want to say that you've been cooking. Thank you so much for the love, Zleeb Zolorb. What a weird name, but thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Tilly, appreciate you for the $5. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, age right now.
I'm 16.
All right, got to be at least 18 to be connected. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section if you'd like to come up and have a conversation with me. We're going to try to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. We got a bunch of fetuses. Quite frankly. What is up, Bailey Jane? Do you support Trump? Well, Bailey Jane.
Hello?
Oh, hi, Bailey Jane. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Yep. Yes. Okay, how old are you?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. How
I'm
old are you?
19.
You're 19?
I'm 19.
And what year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, all right. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, I'm sorry. I lied. I'm sorry.
Okay, children, stay out of the queue. Do me a favor, stay out of the queue. Let's get that next guest up here. Hey, as well as Mary, dude. Thank you so much for the $38 on PayPal. Mary with the $38 on PayPal says, "It is my birthday. My birthday wish is that there were more people like you in our country. Keep cooking." Mary, thank you so much for the $38. I want y'all to show some special love to Mary down below in that chat. And happy birthday, Mary. If you guys could all please spam happy birthday, Mary, down below. It'd mean a lot to me. I appreciate you for your support. And seriously, live it up. Have a good birthday. Thank you for being here. What's up, 360 Chicano? Do you support Trump?
Fuck Donald Trump.
Based but banned. All right, guys, we're going to stop pulling from the guest request for a second just because I honestly can't find too many people in it that are MAGA. If you're watching and you're MAGA, go ahead and put a me with your age in that comment section. I'm going to invite you up that way. We're just really just finding like children and liberals in the queue. I will try one last person from the queue. That's going to be David. We're going to try to get David up here, but if David doesn't load in and David is not a Trump supporter that's down to debate, I'm going to start pulling from the comment section. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, baby.
Okay. Don't call me baby, David.
Whoa.
How old are you?
21, bub.
You got some weird nicknames there. All right. Well, we're gonna give you the mic. We're gonna allow you to tell us why you support Trump. Now, before you do, I need to thank a couple people. Andrea, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying, have you kept up with the Gaza flotilla? Yes, I have. Well, my friend Tommy is on it. I've been like texting him, making sure he's okay. Like every time the ships have been getting struck by Israel, it's actually been like, it's been kind of hard. I appreciate you for the love. As well as Christy, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, Christy, saying, seconding Dean for president. Lawyer to DA to senator to president. You are a rising star. Maybe one day. I don't know. Thank you so much for the love, Christy. Let's get 200 Christy W's, as well as 250 Angelique W's for the $25 on Venmo, saying thank you for keeping me sane. Thank you so much, Angelique. Then Allie and Rachel, I appreciate you both for the $5. Haley, thank you so much for the $50. That is HAYLEE, saying keep up the good work. Thank you, Haley. You guys have all been seriously so fucking kind today. And then one last big one here. Holy fuck. Michelle with the $100 donation on Venmo. I do not deserve that. That is so kind of you. Jesus, Michelle. Michelle with $100, holy cow, says, I've been listening for a few weeks and wanted to thank you for being a beacon of clarity in today's chaos. Great debates have been driven by factual data and common sense. Your voice resonates. Have a great time tomorrow. You have earned a day off. Michelle, thank you so much for your kindness. I really appreciate your generosity. It is not something I deserve. And I really do appreciate you. If you could please show some love to Michelle down below in that comment section, I'd love the hell out of all of you for it. And go ahead and take it away, sir. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
I like Trump because I like his points of views on different things. With the border.
Okay. Kind of sounds like you're underwater. Is there anything that you could do about that?
Okay,
breaking news. Sorry, that's my video. Sounds like you're underwater.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, do you have like, now you're like just banging your microphone on something.
Yeah, I have a life-proof case, so it's kind of hard to hear me probably.
I can hear you fine now. Just don't move your phone. But yeah, anyway, so what do you agree with Trump on that makes you support him?
I just like his different point of views on different things.
What point of views on what things?
It's just various different things like no tax on no tax on tips, no taxes on overtime.
Yeah.
Different things like that. I'm blue collar, so I kind of swing to the right, and so you have your views, I have my views, so it's not like I hate anybody or anything like that, but.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and go through like everything that you just shared with us. So first and foremost, you said that you support things like no tax on tips or overtime. So I agree. Those are two provisions of the big, beautiful bill that I like too. I think that they're kind of underwhelming. They're only deductions up to like $12,000 and they expire in 2 years. But the reason why you still shouldn't support them, even though on the surface level they're good, is when you like read the other 835 pages of the big, beautiful bill, you see that the bill as a whole is incredibly harmful. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, it is actually effectively reducing the purchasing power of over half of Americans making at or under $51,000 per year, while increasing the purchasing power for everybody making over that dollar amount, and it increases your purchasing power more disproportionately the more money you make, right? So that on its own is enough to refute the idea that the big, beautiful bill is good. But then when we comprise that with other facts, such as the fact that it is cutting 10 million people off of healthcare by defunding Medicaid by $900 billion, cutting 3 million people off of food stamps by defunding food stamps $156 billion, and on its own is the most expensive bill ever passed in this country's history, adding $4.5 trillion to the debt, according to the Congressional Budget Office, right? It becomes very clear why it's not just a bad policy, but it is one of the worst policies signed into law in modern American history.
So, question, I know you kind of were going through that. Do you agree that there should be a term limit on Section 8 housing?
I guess I haven't like researched Section 8 housing, but without doing any research, my answer would be leaning no.
Why?
I think on the level, on like the surface level, without doing any research, the reason why my answer would be leaning no is because I know other social safety nets that I have researched, like food stamps, work as a great launch pad to get low-income Americans to go from being low-income Americans to scaling their income, their net worth, to be like middle-income or high-income Americans. as it gives them more of a support, which allows them to spend and invest more of their time beyond their immediate needs by going to school, getting a trade degree, or interviewing at a firm that's more competitive where they may not get hired. That would make them able to earn more through their job. And I'd assume that those same facts are probably true of Section 8. And food stamps is working really well right now in helping give more economic mobility to low-income Americans without like a term limit limiting how long you could stay on it.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like there should be a term limit on Section 8 housing just because, I mean, you have people living off the government who won't get off their fat asses and go get a fucking job like everybody else. So, I mean, yeah, 100% should be a term limit.
Okay. Well, maybe one thing I could say here is that Donald Trump isn't imposing a term limit on Section 8. So it just kind of sounds like you just came up here to say that you hate poor people because you hate poor people, not really to debate on why you support Trump.
No,
But
it's not that I hate poor people.
But maybe like
It's
one thing.
The fact that people don't sit there and go get jobs and seek for jobs or do any of that. They just want to sit there and take off of the government and everything like that. It's why do I have to pay taxes for people to just sit on their ass? That's not cool. So I have to pay taxes because somebody else wants to sit on your lazy ass and not do a single thing and just live off the government.
Do you think everyone who's unemployed is lazy?
Yeah, 100%. So you think it's okay for an unemployed
Oh my God.
collecting unemployment for 4+ years? You think that's okay?
All right. So I definitely disagree with your notion that all unemployed people are lazy, 110%. Because I think that there's many circumstances.
Get out there and work the fucking real world. Get off the fucking internet and actually go work, dog. You little piece of shit faggot.
Oh, hey David, how many continents are there?
That's not even point of the fucking view right here now, Dean.
Hey David. Hey David. Hey David. Hey David. How many continents are there?
Dog.
Hey David, how many continents are there?
You think you're some fucking
Hey David, how many continents are there?
How many continents? You sound like you're fucking retarded.
And we're going to go ahead and kick David for his use of slurs and derogatory terminology, of course, because that's what we do. We don't allow that on this stream. And the reason why I didn't immediately kick him and rather asked him that question is just to demonstrate that the Americans that use terms such as the F slur, the R word, call all poor people lazy, all unemployed people lazy, are people like David, right? That have the mental maturity of my family puppy dog, not even the grown dog, okay? Because my dad has 2 dogs, one puppy that's 6 months old, one dog that's 3 years old. The 3-year-old dog is more mature than David. He probably has the same, mental, emotional acuity as the 6-year-old puppy, right? And the education of me in 3rd grade, if even I feel like when I was a 3rd grader, I knew how many continents there are, it is a unique but all too common intersect of no knowledge and no emotional regulation or maturity whatsoever, right? And that's what produces David, right? So David, and for all of the Davids out there, I'm actually going to ask you to get off your ass, stop spending your time baselessly scrolling on your For You page filled with brain rot about how poor people suck. Go to school, get an education, and try to do something with your life beyond projecting your issues onto those around you, you absolute coping POS. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak my mind. But we're going to go ahead and get that next Trump supporter up here because that guy was an embarrassment to his side of the aisle. I know that everyone watching right now is just cringing so hard after having to bear through that. But let's get that next guest loaded in right now. We got Sam loading up. And while we do have Sam loading up, there's a couple people I'd like to thank. Moriah, thank you so much for the 300 in OK, which is around 20 USD. Saying I'm watching America from Norway and I'm petrified. What the fuck is going on over there? So much, Moriah. But you're always hanging out with us in here. I hope that you're doing all right. I would also like to very briefly thank Carmela for the $23. Thank you so much for the love, Carmela. Carmela says thank you for educating so many people, including myself. You're welcome, Carmela, and thank you for the $23. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. As well as Jason, I appreciate you so much for another $20 over on $31 super chat. And then Camp with the $50 super chat saying that people like David are the personification of mid-2000s middle schooler edgelord stupidity on steroids. Camp, I couldn't have said it better than myself. I'm telling you, y'all stay cooking over there on the YouTube. I really appreciate you for that love, Camp. Please show some love to Camp down below alongside all the other donors, including the Orange Man with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much, the Orange Man. They say, I just wanted to say I'm a Democratic Hispanic working on a Republican construction site, so hearing your streams are really comforting and making me feel like I'm not so alone. You know what, man? You are not alone, and I understand. I understand that feeling to some extent, you know, growing up in an incredibly Republican area myself. But I just can't understand the additional pressure that would come from you being an Hispanic man in today's political climate, where we have Trump saying all the undocumented immigrants are mental asylum prison escapees that are violent gang member criminals, and the reciprocal effects that would have on you as an individual of Latino descent. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter up here right now. If you're watching and you want to debate me, go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that chat, given that you are an American adult that does support Trump as president. I'd also like to thank Shia. Thank you for
Dean, I love you!
I appreciate you for the love and your dedication to try to get up here. Change their name to MAGA God. You know what? I'll give it to you. Just don't do it again. Let's get that next Trump supporter up here. And like I was saying, Shia, thank you so much for the $31 donation on Venmo. That is SHEA. Please show some love to Shia down below. Seriously, Shia, thank you so much. They say first time donating. Thank you for pushing these bozos. Have the best time tomorrow. Be safe. And it's my 31st birthday too. Dude, happy birthday, Shia. Show some love to Shia down below for the $31 and show her some love for her birthday. Thank you so much, and happy birthday to yourself. And then Mal with a 10, thank you so much. Taylor with a 5, and then Paige with a $15, and keep educating, keep challenging. Thank you for the love, Paige. And then T with a $20, saying that today is an abnormally politically shitty day. Thank you for easing my anxiety a bit. Yeah, today is really crazy. Thank you so much for the love, you guys. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how do you?
I'm 20.
And why do you support Trump as president? Oh, wait, AJ, we talked yesterday. Get the hell out of here. I don't know how you continue to come back up. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Jaden loading up. Yo, Vintage Techie, thank you for the $50 super chat on YouTube. Vintage Techie, then it attach a message to their donation. Only the love. Thank you so much, Vintage. You are awesome. As well as Gina, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal, saying I watch your streams almost daily and have so much respect for you. Thank you, Gina. As well as Jerry with a 5, Devin with a 6, A with a 5, Amanda with a 5. Thank you guys so much for the love. And Josiah with a 15, saying, hey, Dean, is there anything that you and Parker disagree on? I think that we have some slight disagreements on political philosophy. I think. I don't know. I appreciate you for the $15. That is an interesting question that me and Parker should explore. What's up, Jaden? Do you support Trump?
Yes, and I can prove that I'm 18.
How?
I have my birthday decorations and my birthday card from last week.
Okay.
Wait, how do I get my camera?
I sent you an invite. You know what? I'm with this. Just make sure not to expose any personally identifying information. I sent you an invite to turn your camera on. Jaden, are you still here with us?
Is my camera not on?
No, it's not on. You have to click save. Okay, we're not seeing anything. You know what? I'll believe you because of your confidence. Just real quick, what is your birthday? Oh, it's on now. Let me take a good look at that. Let's go ahead and put this on the big screen so we could take a big look. Expand. Happy birthday, 18th, from Mom. You know what? Okay. All right. You know what, Jaden? I believe you. I gotta say, you've done the impossible. You've done the impossible, Jaden. Let's go ahead and.
Wait.
No, I believe
Hold
you.
on. Do you want to see my Tesla?
Oh wait, you're the same Jaden as last week, right? The one that came up and I told you
let me
to
show you my
believe your age.
Tesla.
And you said that you got a Tesla for your birthday and I didn't believe you?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, just make sure not to expose your license plate, okay?
Okay.
Okay, be very careful about that, Jaden. Seriously, be very careful.
Okay, 1 second. So I can't show my license plate, but it is pink. So I just wanted you to know. And this is my joy handles. They have bling on them. Okay, look.
Okay. All right. I believe
Okay,
you.
hold on.
I believe you. No, we don't need it anymore, Jaden. I believe you.
How do I turn off my camera?
I'll turn it off for you.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Tell us why you
Okay.
support Trump as president. I believe you.
Well, like last week, the main reason is that I'm pro-life. So that's kind of all I want to talk about. But if you don't want to talk about that, I mean, you know.
No, we could talk about
I
that,
don't know.
Jaden.
It's up. Okay.
Yeah, we could talk about that, Jaden. I think that you even posted a video saying when you try to debate Dean Withers, but he doesn't believe that you're 18. Okay, all right. All right, yeah, let's go to talk about it. Go ahead and tell us why you're pro-life.
Because I feel like it's murder. I mean, I don't think it's, to the same extent as, shooting someone or something, but I do think it's still ending a human life, that it's its own DNA.
Yeah, so do you think that, I just want to dot our I's and cross our T's real quick. Do you believe that, victims of rape should be able to access abortion? Do you hold on to the exceptions?
Well, it's hard because, of course, the woman didn't consent to get pregnant, but I feel like at the end of the day, there's still no difference because the ultrasound, it's like as if you were to see two ultrasounds, you wouldn't be able to tell which one was conceived with consent, and it's still its own human life. So it's like it already happened. But again, it's still really hard. So I'm honestly undecided on that.
Okay.
Because at the same time, it's like,
just a quick question. Were you brought up in a conservative Christian family? Maybe even Catholic?
Yes, I was brought up in a Christian conservative household.
Okay.
But could we leave religion out of it?
Yeah, we could.
I would wish.
We could leave religion out of it. So, well, let's first start off by talking about victims of rape and why they should be able to access abortion. And I actually think that you could be pro-life and hold on to this belief. Because you could think that fetus is just as valuable as you or I. You could treat it as its own human person, and you could think that it has the same right to life that you and me do, and still believe that victims of rape should be able to access abortion by coming to terms with the fact that, well, they didn't consent to sex. They had that forced on them. They didn't consent to pregnancy. They had that forced on them. They didn't consent to the fetus taking their bodily resources from them to stay alive. They had that one forced on them too. Therefore, they should be under no obligation to be continually or perpetually forced into providing their bodily resources to the fetus to keep it alive. The best argument in circumstances of rape is bodily autonomy and evictionism. That victim of rape is well within her right of bodily autonomy to evict the fetus from her uterus and stop the supply of her bodily resources to keep it alive. Why am I wrong?
Well, because, okay, I agree completely. Of course, she did not consent to get pregnant. And I think, because the baby, it's like, it's attached, but it's not a part. Do you know what I mean? Like, it didn't ask to be conceived either. So I just feel like if there were two people and one was conceived in rape and one was conceived with consent, there really is no difference.
Okay. Well, there's no physical difference in the biology or anatomy of the fetuses, but I think that there's an immaterial conceptual difference between the moral obligation that an individual may or may not have. Now, of course, because I'm pro-choice, I don't think that a woman or a girl would have a moral obligation to keep the fetus alive in a circumstance of rape or consensual sex. But from your position, you very well could argue that if it was consensual and a woman is looking to get an elective abortion, that a moral obligation would exist to keep the fetus alive. And I'll prove that argument wrong later. But you could still believe that there would be no moral obligation that would exist on behalf of the rape victim. Like think about it this way. Tell me why a victim of rape has an obligation to continually provide her bodily resources to keep the fetus alive.
Wait, I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?
Tell me why or what obligation you think that victim of rape would have to continually provide her bodily resources to keep the fetus alive.
I guess there really is none. Well...
Right, there's none. There's no obligation. And I'll give you an analogy.
wants to avoid, I don't know, feeling guilty. Maybe, I don't know. But okay, also, do you know, like,
well, we let people make legal decisions that may make them feel guilty. Okay, like for instance, in so many scenarios, cheating is legal, and I bet cheating would make a lot of people feel guilty. But second of all, right, not all women that get abortions, especially women that are getting abortions because of grape, they don't feel guilty all the time because they're getting that abortion. But here's what I want to say. I want to use
How
an
do you know
analogy
that?
here. How
do
do I
you know
know?
that?
How do I know that not every woman ever that's received an abortion, especially in circumstances of rape,
Oh.
doesn't feel guilt after it? Because
Okay,
I mean,
never
I've
mind.
talked to women that have gotten abortions, as well as we have like empirical statistics to demonstrate that this point is clear.
It's just that I feel like there's studies both ways that like show that women feel relief after abortion, and then some that feel depression and such a big mental toll.
Okay, yeah, but guess what? The most regretted surgery that onsets the most post-operative depression is going to be hip surgery, onsetting post-operative depression at a rate of around 36%. Do you think that hip surgery should be illegal for that reason?
No.
Okay, well then you can't use that same argument to justify that because some women may feel depression following an abortion, that abortion should be legal for that reason, even though it's less likely to onset something such as depression than hip surgery, right? But I want to use an analogy here to demonstrate very clearly why victims of grape should be able to access abortion. Let's talk about it. Let's imagine that you're a homeowner, you work a job, and with every dollar of your paycheck, you buy yourself food. And every night you leave your front door unlocked, all right? And you know for the next 9 months, in the middle of the night, somebody's going to walk into your house through that front door and take half of your food to feed themselves. All right? They're going to do it for 9 months. You know that. And you also know over the next 9 months that you are going to become physically, what's a good word here? Malnutritioned. You are going to starve. It is going to be physically uncomfortable. It's also going to bear some negative psychological and mental effects. And there's around a 3 to 5% chance that by the end of these 9 months, you're going to die from starvation as a result.
Wait,
In the
what?
Do you need me to repeat it?
No, but what did you say about you're gonna die?
I'll repeat myself. Okay, I want to be as
Okay,
clear as
fine.
possible with what I'm about to say. You're a homeowner in this hypothetical, and every dollar that you make from your job is spent on food to provide resources to yourself. You know, for the next 9 months, somebody's going to be coming into your house in the middle of the night and taking half that food. And you know, if they do this for the next 9 months, there's around a 3 to 5% chance that you're going to die from starvation as a result. And you're also going to be very physically malnutritioned, and you're going to experience negative mental and psychological effects because of this. Okay? And you can prevent this person from taking half of your resources in the middle of the night by simply just locking your front door. They won't be able to get into your house. But because they can't get into your house and take half of your resources, as a result, they're going to die from starvation. Do you think that you should be well within your legal rights to lock that front door at night?
By locking the front door, I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't like kill them.
Okay, well, the
or eliminate them.
conceptual takeaway from this is you think that you are well within your rights to stop supplying your resources to a non-consenting third party, even if said non-consenting third party dies as a result. This is exactly what an abortion for a victim of rape would be doing, especially the abortion pill.
So,
that can,
are you saying a baby has to consent to growing in your uterus?
What?
Are you saying the third party that's non-consensual is a baby?
No, it'd be non-consensual on behalf of the woman, non-consensual in the sense of the fact that the fetus is taking their bodily resources without their consent.
Okay. So, apart from grape, what are your views on abortion?
Well, can we agree that victims of grape should be able to access abortion, as they'd be under no obligation to provide their bodily resources to a non-consenting third party against their will forcefully? And in fact, because of the conceptual takeaway from the analogy I just employed, it became incredibly clear to you how you think individuals are well within their rights to stop supplying resources to third parties, even if said third party dies as a result?
Sure.
Okay.
But didn't you say, or someone said this, most abortions are not from grape and they're from like a whole family that already has kids or something like that?
Yeah, most abortions are elective. 97% of them are, right? That doesn't dispute the 2 to 3% that are from grape, as that accounts for thousands of women in which you think should be denied access to abortion. I think that they matter. I think that that is a grave human rights violation, so I think that is something that we should discuss to see if we could agree on it.
Okay, well, I'm curious. Okay, sure. But I'm curious why you brought that up first then.
Yeah, because I think that you could hold a consistent pro-life view while still thinking that victims of rape should be able to access abortion. I don't expect me to be able to swing the pendulum on you to go from pro-life to pro-choice, but I do think it is realistic for me to be able to swing the pendulum on a facet of your argument, that being from thinking that victims of rape should be denied access to abortion to believing that they should be allowed access to abortion. So if we can now agree that victims of rape should be able to access abortion, now we could talk about the 97%, that 97% being elective abortions. Why do you think that abortion should be banned in elective circumstances?
Basically, for the same reason that the baby is attached to the woman, but it's not a part of her, and it's its own DNA, and it's its own human that deserves human rights.
Okay, and why does it deserve the human right to life?
Because that's its species.
Okay, so you're saying every member of our species has the human right to life. Do brain dead patients who are members of our species and alive have the right to life?
Well, what are their chances of living a life again? Like,
When you say actually living a life again, do you mean having a conscious experience?
Yeah.
Okay, well then you're saying that not every member of our species has a human right to life. So when you told me that the fetus does because it's a member of our species, that was a false statement.
Oh, well, they have a really bright future.
Okay, so it's not just merely being a human that gives you the right to life under review. It's having future sentience?
I guess so.
Okay,
Yeah.
and what are they going to experience in their future that you think is valuable?
I mean, again, this is what I feel. I know I keep saying that. Technically, it's not like facts, but I feel like life is beautiful and there's so many good opportunities to come.
Okay.
Even if they're brought up in what good opportunities?
Yeah, well, I mean, would you just like reduce like the thing in their future that's valuable down to like a conscious experience?
Well, like for example, you debate people and you want to get them to change their minds, and that, I'm guessing, makes you happy. Like that's an example.
Are you saying that they could be happy? Okay, you're just saying that they could have like some subjective experience of like some emotion.
Do great
in the
things.
future.
Like they could be a doctor. They could be a whatever.
That's not a good argument. They could also be Hitler 2.0, right? Like I feel like you should just reduce your argument down here to saying, well, they like could have like a future like ours in the sense of like a sentient experience in the future. Is that your position?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Phenomenal. Now that we know that that is your position, we need to work through this. So you're saying that consciousness grants the right to life, and because the fetus will be conscious in the future, we should just give it the right to life now?
Yeah.
Okay, does being 21 grant the right to be able to legally buy and drink alcohol?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does being 21 grant you the legal right to buy and drink alcohol?
Yeah.
Will 15-year-olds be 21 in the future?
Yeah, if they don't get killed.
So should we just give that 15-year-old the right to buy and drink alcohol now?
No.
Oh, so you're saying that we have to wait until they're actually 21 when they get that right. And this is my thoughts on like consciousness as it relates to the right of life. I would say that, yeah, consciousness is valuable. I would say that, yeah, it is what grants us the right to life. We just need to actually wait until the fetus has it in order to give them the right to life, which currently neuroscientists set at around 20 through 24 gestational weeks with a thymocortical connection, meaning that you'd be pro-elective abortion 99.99999% of the time, possibly even 100% of the time, as I've never read a single case of a woman getting an elective lethal abortion after viability.
There's never... Okay. Can you repeat the last part?
Well, I mean, I think that the meat on the bone there that I'd like you to respond to is the fact that, you know, following the line of logic that we just both described, you would wait until 20 through 24 weeks to give the fetus the right to life, meaning that you think any and all abortions are morally permissible for any reason or no reason at all prior to that point.
Okay.
That's pro-choice. That's Roe v. Wade, by the way. Roe v. Wade wanted to protect all women and girls'
Well, I'm not
access
saying I'm
to...
agreeing with that. I'm just saying okay.
Okay, well, if you don't agree with it, then give a counter-argument.
Sorry, I was reading the chat.
I mean, they're just saying the same thing over and over again. Don't know if there's too much to read down there. Can you give a counter-argument to my position?
Which position again?
Yeah, the position that we agreed that just because a 15-year-old might be 21 in the future, we shouldn't just extend them the right to buy and drink alcohol now.
Well,
we have to wait until they're actually 21 first, meaning that like simultaneously, the equivocal application of this principle to the circumstance of the right to life would be, well, if being conscious grants you the right to life, and I can understand that fetuses might be conscious in the future, we need to wait until they're actually conscious in order to give them that right. which would be at 20 through
Okay.
24 weeks per like the most recent studies and from neurodoctrine studies and neuroscientists in America.
Okay, but do you believe that a human life begins at conception?
Yeah, but I don't believe that human life is valuable
You don't
until
think
it
it's
gains the ability
conscious?
to deploy conscious until 20 through 24 weeks per the studies and science I just described.
Okay, well then my early argument that was like, you know, they could have a future. Okay, just pretend I didn't say that.
Okay?
Okay, so then I think it's still wrong to end a human life.
Because it's a human life?
Yeah.
Okay, well then this just goes right back to the analogy, comparison, and argument to do with brain dead patients. Remember when I asked you if you think it's murder to kill them, and you suggested that you don't think it's murder as they don't have a future conscious experience? Well, now in accordance
Okay,
with
well,
your
what
new
would
view
you
on why you
say
think
if I-
abortion would be banned, you'd actually be special pleading and contradicting your moral principles if you were to suggest that it's not murder to kill a brain dead patient, even though they lack a future conscious experience, because you're now telling me it is not a future conscious experience in which would make a life valuable or not. It is merely the fact that they're human. Right? And it is, right, factual to state that brain dead patients are both biologically human and biologically alive.
Okay, well then what would you say if I said it was murder for a brain dead patient to be killed?
Well,
What
then I
would
just
you
ask
say
you if you
then?
think it should be banned to pull the plug on a brain dead patient, the same way you think that access to abortion should be banned.
Okay.
And your answer
Well-
there is a no, right?
I guess not. I mean,
Okay, if your answer is there as I guess not, well, now, like, logically speaking, you should be pro-choice because you're affirming that you think it is murder to kill a fetus because it is merely human and alive. Very similarly, you are affirming that it is murder to kill a brain-dead patient because it is merely human and alive, yet you were telling us that even though it is murder to kill the brain-dead patient because it is merely human and alive, it should not be illegal to kill brain-dead patients, thereby equivocally stating that therefore it shouldn't be illegal to kill a fetus, making you legally pro-choice.
do you think it should be, what do you think about a brain dead patient? Do you think it's murder to pull the plug?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm gonna go now. Thanks for your time.
Please consider these views. I understand that you literally just turned 18. You are still young and you have been brought up in a conservative Christian household. Explore reality, acknowledge truth, and don't assume that the values, political ideologies, beliefs propagated, so on and so forth in your household are those in which are entirely true globally speaking. There is a lot of nuance and many facts that are typically left out of discussions of values, beliefs, and politics in households across this country, as households are literal echo chambers. That is something that I had to come to terms with growing up myself, as I also grew up in not just a conservative Christian household, but a conservative Catholic household. And that is what I'd recommend to you. They left, so let's go to move on to that next. Debate. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president. We'll happily get you loaded in because they left. Let's go ahead and get that next guest connected right now. We got Isaiah connecting to the stream. I'd also like to thank E. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, E. Can you guys please show some love to E down below in that chat for the love? I would also like to thank T with the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, T. And then Aubrey with the $10. Thank you so much, Aubrey. Saying I had a coworker tell me the most dangerous place in America is a woman's womb. Fuck that dude. Dude, oh my God. I'm surprised I haven't heard that one before. What a crazy statement. Thank you for the $10, Aubrey. And seriously, yeah, fuck that guy. As well as Jennifer, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, saying I feel guilty being on Section 8, etc. because of people like David. I have health issues, can't work, trying to get on SSDI. What do you think of the possibility of getting shutdown/health crisis? I'm not sure if I understand the last part of that statement, more so the question. However, don't feel guilty for being on Section 8 and other social safety nets because of people like David. David is wildly uninformed. David has no clue what he's talking about, and he's just fallen victim to mass propaganda perpetuated by those on the right in an attempt to convince humans that they're not deserving of the bare necessities, right? I'd also like to thank Alan for the $15 saying, keep on fighting the good fight, man. I recently changed my registration to ensure I could vote in the primary and be a big part And a big part of that has been watching you and Parker. Dude, Alan, that is so awesome. Seriously, I'm so proud of you, bro. Everyone needs to be voting in the primaries. You were awesome. Please show some love to Alan down below. As well as Hannah with the $10 on Venmo saying, can we watch and have you comment on Trump's speech to the generals today? It was bizarre. I posted a video about it. Go check it out. As well as Kim, that is KYMB. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kim. Let's get 200 Kim W's down below in that chat. Kim says, love you. I love you too, Kim. Thank you for your kindness. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message of that YouTube stream. Significantly better than TikTok gifts or YT super chats, as I think I get like 30% of those. Meanwhile, I get 100% on the V and the P. Anyways, welcome in. What's up, Isaiah? Do you support Trump as president?
Yes, sir. I support Trump.
And how old are you?
I'm 19.
Go ahead and tell us why you support Trump as president.
I support Trump mainly because of the policies that he has. Well, not really his policies, but his core beliefs that the party represents.
Okay, it's not about his policies, it's about his core beliefs. So what are his core beliefs that makes you support him as president?
I would say his support on pro-life, immigration, the border, all the stuff like that. Like, but then we get into the part of, I do not believe that Trump is a good guy, as you know, he is very, very questionable with the things he's done. Okay. I don't think that, but I think that what he represents in the Republican Party is why I voted for him.
Yeah, I have a question. Do you think it'd be like, because you're pro-life, do you think it'd be wrong if like a mother like beat, tortured, and starved the fetus growing in her uterus?
Well, yeah, obviously that's wrong.
Do you think that that'd be like antithetical to like the core values of the pro-life worldview?
To harm another human life?
Yeah, to like beat, for like a pregnant woman to beat, torture, and starve the fetus growing in her uterus.
Yeah, that's pretty much wrong.
Yeah, that is antithetical to like the core values of the pro-life view?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Okay, then why do you agree with Donald Trump on immigration, considering the fact that he had Abrigo Garcia illegally deported to Secot in El Salvador, where he was beaten and tortured and starved for 3 months? Are you just telling me that you only really care about the state and well-being of a human life, given that it is inside of a woman's uterus, but if it is outside of a woman's uterus and an immigrant in this country, all of a sudden you're willing to sweep them right under the rug?
Okay, but I want to ask you, what did that guy do to get sent back?
Nothing. His removal was illegal, as ruled on by SCOTUS on April 10th with a 9-0 decision.
Okay, well that gets us to the point where wrong stuff happens. Like, there's nothing that you can do to justify that, or I could say that to justify that, because that's not what the party represents of what we want that to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, we want justice done for the people like that.
Okay. Well, I think if you truly want justice and fair treatment for all, then your first question wouldn't have been, what did he do to deserve to be beaten and tortured and starved for 3 months?
Well, obviously that there's different outcomes for why stuff like that happens, and I was getting to the point if maybe he had done something to get sent over there to begin with. Okay, now we're to the point that happened. All right, that's not how that should go, and I think honestly that he should have some type of justice done for him and his family, because that is not what we want to do as the Republican Party that supports.
So we should be giving justice to families? It's like ripping families apart, justice? Because that's exactly what Donald Trump's mass deportation is doing.
I think that the mass majority of the Republican Party has already come out and said that we want to keep the families together while they're getting deported.
Oh, so you'd like deport citizens too? Because a lot of the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil are citizens per the 14th Amendment. Or do you just like agree with Trump when he tried to pass Executive Order number 14160, his first day in office, to illegally take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil, infringing on the core American value of the 14th Amendment of the American Constitution, which expressly gives birthright citizenship to everyone born on American soil?
I think that if you're here illegally with not the papers that say you're allowed to be here illegally, that you should get sent back. And now does that suck if you have a family here that is legal? Yeah, but that's your fault for putting in a situation where the opportunity presents itself for you to get sent back after the fact that you're already not legally here.
I'd actually arguably say it's the Trump administration's fault for supporting such devastatingly harmful policy, both economically and humanitarianly, to begin with, of mass deportation. I mean, how the hell can you stand behind a policy that, according to the American Immigration Council, is going to reduce our GDP by $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year, while costing $2 trillion over the next 10 years and reducing government revenue by over $100 billion per year, as that is the taxes in which undocumented immigrants pay?
Can you repeat that again?
I think it is the fault of the Trump administration for supporting such a devastatingly harmful policy to begin with of mass deportation. According to the American Immigration Council, mass deportation is going to reduce our GDP by $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year if we were to remove all undocumented immigrants tomorrow by forcefully deporting 8.3 million of our workers and removing 11 million of our consumers, while also costing $2 trillion over the next 10 years to fund ICE, build the detention centers, and manage the deportations, while also reducing our government revenue in that same time span by $1 trillion as undocumented immigrants pay over $100 billion in taxes per year.
So you think that just because somebody's undocumented, that they should stay here just for the fact that they make American product better?
That's one of the many facts, yes.
Don't you think that's kind of wrong to keep them here just for the fact that they make the economic growth better when they could have, even if it's not here for their beliefs of being free? So you think they should just be allowed to be here for work?
So, I mean, I just clarified that's one of the many reasons why I think that they should be allowed to be here. And are you telling me that it's wrong to support policy that makes this country better? And if you are telling me that it's wrong to support policy that makes this country better, then it makes sense why you support Trump.
Say that again.
Are you telling me that it's wrong to support policy that makes this country better, such as how mass amnesty of giving undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship would make this country better, as they'd be able to continue productively providing to America? And then once again, if you are telling me that it's wrong to support policy that makes this country better, I said that it makes sense that you support Trump.
So you think mass amnesty is what we should do for the undocumented that work here?
Yeah, I think that that's what we should do for any and all undocumented immigrants in America without prior violent offenses. Pretty insane nonviolent criminal offenses are pretty insane outstanding warrants from other countries. Yes.
I think that's pretty insane to say that people here illegally, that are just allowed to be legal citizens just because they're here illegally. That doesn't make sense.
So insane is not an argument. It's a word used in absence of argument. If you have any good reasons why mass amnesty is bad, feel free to give them to me. But as it sits right now, I don't think you do. And you're calling it insane because that's what the guy on Fox News told you to think.
Okay, so you're saying that even though they're here illegally, but they're not committing a crime. So you think that being here illegally is not committing a crime?
I said they're here undocumented, meaning they did commit a
Okay, so
federal
being here
misdemeanor.
undocumented
I'm going to go ahead and continue to speak. I said that they are here undocumented, and undocumented entry into this country is a federal misdemeanor, which is a crime. However, I particularly said that I think they should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship, given that they don't have any violent crimes on their record, or pretty insane / bad non-violent crimes on their record. So you were just changing what I said to attempt to appeal to fit a position. Now, are you saying that they should be removed from the country because they committed that misdemeanor?
I'm saying that if you're here illegally, then you should get sent back. But I do agree
because they
with what
broke the law.
Yeah, that's breaking the law.
Okay, so committing a federal misdemeanor warrants expulsion from the country, but committing
No,
34
only
felonies
if you're
and being
illegal.
held civilly liable for rape warrants entry into the White House. How is that not hypocritical?
If you're illegal, if you're a legal citizen, you should go through the American process system of getting prosecuted.
Okay.
But if you're not illegal, then you
Okay.
should get sent back to the country that you're from.
I don't understand it. Could you repeat what I said just to make sure we're on the same page here? Because you're not responding to what I said.
You said that that a felony offense that is liable to go to prison.
No, what I said is that I think it's hypocritical for you to suggest that if you commit a misdemeanor, that would warrant expulsion from the country, but if you commit 34 felonies and are held civilly liable for rape, that would warrant entry into the White House to run the country. I think that's hypocritical. I do.
I am not saying that. I would, if I could change Donald Trump from being president today for a different candidate in the Republican Party, I would. Okay, he is the last person. I think that he's a lot of problem with what's wrong with America. Okay, but that's not changing my opinions from the conservative views. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so you're saying that even though he's a felon, he should be able to run the country because you think he's good for the country? So even though
No, I'm
undocumented
not
immigrants have
saying
committed a
he's good for
misdemeanor, they should be able to stay in the country because they're good for the country. Boom.
I'm not saying that he's good for the country.
Okay, if he's not good for the country, then you wouldn't support him as president. So you are saying that.
No, I'm saying I'm supporting. I'm a conservative. I already support the Republican Party.
Oh, so
okay?
you're saying
And
that
it's
he's bad for the country, but ultimately he's a member of your party, so you place your party over your country?
I place my views and my personal views of what I think the country should be on. And like I said, since
Wait,
since
if
I've
you're
been
telling
in,
us that you place like your personal views on the way in which you think the country should be governed, then you're telling me that Donald Trump would fall in alignment with those views, meaning that you think he's governing the country in a way in which you think it should be.
No, I said he falls into the party that I vote for.
Exactly. So then you are saying party over country. I was right.
I think that the conservative party is best for the country. Yes, I'm not saying that the head of the conservative party, Mr. Donald Trump, should be the leader of that. because I don't think that he should be. He's not. I think that he's not a good president.
Yeah,
I think that
I don't even think that Donald Trump falls in alignment with like supposed like conservative values. Like I hear like
Yeah, I would
conservatives
agree with you. I
shouting
would
and
agree
screaming
with
like all the time about like freedom of speech and like personal liberties and freedoms, right?
Yeah, I would agree with you.
And if you align with their same conservative values, why don't you reject Donald Trump as a good president or a good leader, given the fact that he's violated the First Amendment like 1 billion times in the last 8 months? He said that it's illegal to criticize him in the media. He tried to get Jimmy Kimmel canceled because he said something that he didn't like. He passed an executive order attempting to ban the burning of the American flag, even though the SCOTUS ruled in 1989 in the Texas v. Johnson court case that is explicitly protected under symbolic speech following from freedom of speech under the First Amendment. He said that it's illegal to boycott and protest. Like obviously, right? He's not just standing in opposition to these quote-unquote conservative values, but he's actively eroding and attacking them. Yet you're telling me because of these conservative values that you support him as president. It's just a big, gumbled, jarbled mess.
I don't know why you keep saying I support him as president. I've already said that I don't.
Okay, if you don't support him as president, well, could you please read this sentence for me?
Okay, but this gets into the argument of that I think there's a lot of people.
Wait. Seriously, could you please read the sentence?
Okay, listen, I have to support Trump because he is what the Conservative Party has placed in the top of the...
Okay, so then you're saying that you do support him.
Forcefully, almost, I have to support Trump because...
Wait, who are you being forced to support Trump? Who's forcing you to support Trump?
The Republican Party, by keep putting him in the position to get elected in.
Okay, so you're saying that regardless of who the Republican candidate was, you would ultimately support them?
Because of how the Republican views align with my views.
Okay,
yes.
So if Kamala Harris ran as a Republican, holding the same views that she did in the election, and Donald Trump ran as a Democrat, holding on to the same views he did in the election, who would you have voted for?
Obviously Kamala Harris.
Okay, so then you are telling me that you ultimately do place party over country. See, I think that you are a big problem with American politics today, where you want it sensationalized and something equivalent to that of a college football game. The material outcomes of the candidates or the presidents doesn't matter to you. All that matters to you is the slogan of a party affiliation that they're slinging while they're doing it, right? Like you're literally telling me that Donald Trump could be the complete opposite of everything that he is today by literally being Kamala Harris, and you would still support Kamala Harris as president, given that she was registered as a Republican because she would fall in alignment with your party, sir. The point is that you shouldn't vote on party lines. The point is that you should vote for the candidate in which aligns with the most benevolent values, right? And party lines do not always fall in line with the most benevolent values. Like, for instance, maybe we're 30 years in the future from now, party switch occurs, and then all of a sudden, it's the Republicans that are standing for basic fundamental human rights, equality for all, tax protections for like low and middle income Americans, so on and so forth. I'm going to be voting Republican, right? But you're telling me that regardless of the values in which the candidate stands for or stands behind, you're ultimately going to vote for the candidate in which would fall unto your tribe, sir. Tribalism is dogmatism, which is incredibly damaging and erodes the foundation of this country, as it shifts your perspective from not caring about the future of the country, only caring about which party will govern its future, regardless of what that future looks like.
No, what I'm saying is that my beliefs right now as the conservative, I think that the Conservative Party and the Republican Party is best fit for the country. That's putting my country above the party, okay? But that is what I'm saying right now, that the Republican Party is best fit for to run the country in my views as a conservative male. Now I'm saying if the party flipped, okay, and the Democrats and the Republicans flipped, I don't care about the label as a Republican or conservative. I care about what's best for the country in my political views.
No, you don't, because you told me that if Kamala Harris was a Republican, then you would have voted for her. False.
Yeah, because if her views was lined as Republican views,
so
that's what I would have.
So then it's about the views. So what views does Donald Trump hold that makes you support him as president?
I said the pro-life, okay, pro-strong borders, and that's my two big. That's my two big
borders. So what good border policy has Donald Trump implemented in the last 8 months?
He has had the biggest mass deportation that we've seen.
Name one material positive outcome of mass deportation on America.
More American jobs, more American job opportunities for Americans. Like you talked about this whole live stream, how there's less jobs for Americans than there has been because the unemployment's higher than more jobs. Well, the more the illegal immigrants that we take out, the more jobs that we create open for American citizens.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that you just kind of refuted yourself in that last sentence, because it is the case that if it created more open job opportunities for Americans, then why are there more unemployed Americans?
I'm saying that what you said is how there's more unemployment than there is job opportunity.
Right.
Okay,
when I refute the notion that the like mass deportation is like doing what you're saying it is? Because
I'm saying
following the last like 8 to 9 months of mass deportation from the Trump administration, there's more unemployed Americans with less open job opportunity.
Okay, so if you get rid of these illegal immigrants, their job opportunities, that job opportunities opens up for more Americans. Therefore, the unemployment would go down for Americans.
Wait, but why has the unemployment gone up for Americans in the last 8 months? Doesn't that prove you wrong?
No, because the whole mass deportation hasn't. It's still underway.
It's still underway. Got it. So actually you're wrong. Downsizing the labor force doesn't open up more job opportunity. I could prove this with like one sentence. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Was the labor force bigger or smaller than it is today 100 years ago?
Probably bigger than what it was.
The labor force was larger 100 years ago? Sir, that's not how population growth works.
I'm not sure what you're asking me. Ask me the question.
Was the labor force larger or smaller than what it is today 100 years ago?
No, obviously not. We have way more people now.
So it was smaller 100 years ago. Was there more job opportunity or less job opportunity 100 years ago when the labor force was smaller?
I would say that I don't know the statistics, but I would assume that the labor force was less.
So the labor force was smaller and there was less job opportunity.
That's what I would assume, yes.
Right, that's what's true. Argument made.
I don't understand how that correlates to anything that I have said.
Because you were saying that mass deportation will open up more job opportunity by downsizing the labor force. But historically speaking, the smaller our labor force is, there's actually been less job opportunity.
Okay, well, that's a bad argument because think of how much more like large corporations we have now than we have then. That there's job opportunities that need filled from new people. Those jobs just aren't going away when we get rid of these people.
The reason that we have more large corporations offering more jobs today than we did 100 years ago is actually because we have a larger labor force, right? Think about it this way. Under capitalism, like the labor force and employee positions at companies aren't like losing positions for their employers. See, the employers are profiting off of their employees. The employees generate an ROI for them. And then with that additional money, they then reinvest into their business to grow and expand it, in turn offering more jobs, all right? So with a larger labor force, right, and a more productive consumer base that's spending more, we would expect a more prosperous economy with more GDP growth and more job opportunities, right? Therefore, when we forcefully downsize the labor force, unexpected and unbeknownst to the producers, firing 8.3 million of their laborers and removing 11 million of their consumers, our economy starts a downspin. That's why the American Immigration Council tells us that if we were to remove all undocumented immigrants tomorrow, our GDP would fall by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars. When you compile that fact with another fact that they pay taxes and we're no longer going to be getting that taxable revenue and we got to spend trillions of dollars to deport them from the country, the economy is not just less productive, but it's going to be harder to make more productive through government subsidies because we have less money to give.
I can see what you're saying, but here's what I think. That, yeah, it would go down for a little bit. But as soon as Americans, like, it would take time for Americans to start filling those jobs. But then once Americans start filling those jobs, then you would see unemployment. You would see unemployment fall to what it has, what has been really high. But you would see it go down because these Americans would get these jobs. But like you said, yes, the GDP would go way down to start because that is empty work that is not being filled. But as soon as the Americans would start taking these jobs, then we'd start seeing stuff prosper. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we shouldn't expect Americans to just fill every job opportunity created by mass deportation. There's already 8 million open job opportunities in America today that Americans aren't filling, so why would you expect them to fill the 8.3 million job opportunities created by mass deportation? And then second note here, even if they somehow did fill every single job opportunity created, still yet there would be a total amount of less job opportunity due to the fact that, well, I'd say that supply is created by demand, right? And there's nothing that we could do to fill the shoes of the 11 million undocumented demanders we'd be removing from the economy. So overall, we would expect less supply.
I want to ask, how many unemployment Americans do we have in America?
Can you respond to what I just said there? Because the total amount of unemployed Americans doesn't really concern any of the points that I just made.
Well, I just have that question because I want to go off of the point you said that those immigrants fill 8.8 million jobs, okay? And you already said that there's 8.8 million job opportunities right now. Is the unemployment bigger or higher than 8.8 million right now?
I know that there's more unemployed Americans than there is open job opportunities.
Okay, but I know you said that, but I want you to look up and tell me that there's more than 8.8 unemployed Americans.
There's 8 million
now.
Open job opportunities, or there was like 2 months ago. Sure, I'll prove that too while you respond to my last argument, because this wasn't my last argument. This is a point that I made 10 minutes ago. I'll happily prove it to you, but please respond to my last two arguments, because this is a pivot.
Okay, let me hear your last two arguments again.
Why should I repeat them? Why weren't you listening?
Because I was thinking about what I was going to say, just like you do.
Jesus Christ. No, I listen to everything that you say. This is why I haven't asked you to repeat yourself at any point in our conversation. Meanwhile, you've asked me to repeat myself nearly every single point of the conversation.
I think I've asked you 3 times.
Right. Yes, exactly. You've asked me to repeat 3 of my arguments 3 times. Right.
All right, can you just ask me one more? Can you just repeat what you said one more time so I can give you a response?
Okay. I will try. I will try to do this one last time here. Okay? I don't even remember where I was at. I think that you were telling us that, well, Americans are going to fill the job opportunities left open after the mass deportation, and then our economy will bounce back. So even if they fill every job opportunity created by mass deportation, still yet our economy is going to be significantly worse off, because American citizens can't just get up and fill the shoes left by the deportation of the 11 million undocumented immigrants that were demanders and consumers of goods produced by those job opportunities.
I would say that there is truth to that, but I agree with what you say right there.
Okay, then overall you agree that the economy is going to be worse off following a mass deportation.
No, I'm just saying that I don't think
that's what it amounts to. That's what it amounts to. That's a loss in demand of American-produced goods.
That's loss in demand for right now. Okay, that is going to be
no. That's not true. That restriction will forever persist. It's not for right now. It'll never be reversed as long as we uphold mass deportation. That overall net loss will be forever persisting. No one will ever be able to fill the shoes created by those undocumented immigrants that are left following their removal. No one. That's just not how it works. There will be a persistent and never filled vacancy of these would-be 11 million demanders in the market that will create a persistent and never fixed inefficiency in demand of American goods, thereby mitigating GDP growth and American company performance. That's like, how is that going to be fixed in the future?
I see what you're saying. So I guess I have to ask you, okay, about this whole thing.
No, answer my question. You said that that's just going to be a short-term issue, but not in the long term. How's that going to be fixed in the long term?
I would say that it maybe not be completely fixed, but I'm saying I would say that I'd rather have Americans have those jobs and Americans be taken care of first.
Okay, you're not answering my question.
In the long term, it would, like I said, it would take more time for these Americans to fill these jobs. Like it's not going to happen overnight.
Now you're so confused because we're not even talking about jobs. We're talking about
no. I know what you're saying.
We're not talking about the supply side of the economy. We're talking about the demand side of the economy. You told me that inevitably, sure, I understand what you're saying, Dean. The issue of removing 11 million American demanders from the demand side of the American economy is going to hurt the American economy in the short term, but it's going to self-adjust in the long term. How's it going to self-adjust in the long term? How's it going to fix itself in the long term?
So all these immigrants that are working right now, what are they doing? They're working, okay?
You said the word work. That's on the supply side of the economy, meaning that you are deflecting as I specifically asked you a question about the demand side of the economy.
So how do these immigrants have anything to do with the demand side?
Because immigrants buy goods to live. Duh.
So you don't think so you think that they should be able to buy their stuff because they're illegally here, and so that makes it okay for them to do that?
I'm actually not giving you a should or moral or okay argument whatsoever. I'm giving you an empirical fact. That empirical fact being that they do buy goods, meaning that when you remove them, you remove their consumption and demand of consumption, immediately impacting GDP growth as you're removing some of said gross domestic product and impacting the producers that were making more goods at a higher level to fulfill the additional demand. I'm not giving you a should argument. I'm not telling you what I think should happen. These are just the facts, the economic facts.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying now. But can I ask you a question?
No, because you said that inevitably, even though removing the 11 million undocumented demanders in the economy would hurt our economy now, it's going to self-adjust and fix in the future. Explain why. I've asked you for an argument for that 3 times.
Okay, and I said that
the 4th time.
I'm just agreeing with you now, okay? I say that you're right on that.
Okay, if you agree that I'm right on that, then you agree that ultimately speaking, mass deportation is going to negatively impact the American economy now and in the future.
Okay, so then I have a question for you, okay?
Okay, well, I mean, actually, no, I have a question for you because remember, I asked you to detail one way that that mass deportation would make this country better. You said it'd help the economy, but now you're conceding that it hurt the economy. So my question to you is, well, then let's go back to the first question. Now that you've agreed a con of mass deportation would be hurting the economy, what are the pros?
I want to ask you a question.
Because you can't identify a single pro of mass deportation?
No, because I want to. Do you think that they should only be allowed to stay here for economic reasons?
I thought I already answered that. I think that's one of the many reasons why I think they should be allowed to stay here. Now, please answer mine. Once again, the same question that is.
No, is that the only reason you had? Is that for economic reasons?
I literally thought that I just told you otherwise. I said that there's many reasons why I think that they should stay here. There's economic reasons, there's humanitarian reasons, and there's practical reasons.
Okay, what are your humanitarian reasons?
I'll happily give them to you after you answer my question, right? Because right now you're trying to shift the burden of proof onto me. Remember, you told me that you support Donald J. Trump because of his mass deportation. You have failed to identify any pros of mass deportation. You've conceded on the con that it'll hurt the American economy. You are going to have to be able to identify those pros to uphold your original position that mass deportation is good for the American is good for the country. So, what is an overall positive benefit of mass deportation on this country?
Okay, so would getting rid of violent offenders that are not legal here, is that good for the country?
Yeah, and I agree that we should be deporting or imprisoning undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses on their records. But guess what? Because Donald Trump's scope of deportation has been all undocumented immigrants, not just those with prior violent offenses on their records. He's actually been deporting those with prior violent offenses on their records at lower levels than the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, so then we agree.
Well, I mean, we were just agreeing that in alignment with the goal of making America better by either imprisoning or deporting undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses on their records, that Kamala Harris was better at achieving this goal, meaning that Donald Trump would be the worst of two evils in this context, meaning that ultimately speaking, he doesn't align with your values. Kamala Harris did, and you should have voted for her, and you don't support Trump today.
I don't know how you got that.
Because she was able to successfully deport more undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses on their records compared to Trump today. And that was the one positive identifiable pro of deportation that you were able to describe to us.
Okay, well, in their campaigns, Trump was pro strong borders. Okay, and that takes us back to the two sides of right now where they're at. The conservative side, strong borders, and that's not even saying.
Don't pivot. Wait. Now you're just saying that a positive outcome of mass deportation that you support is stronger borders.
I've said from the start that stronger borders, the strong
right,
border
but then
control.
remember earlier I asked you, well, how's he making our borders stronger? And you said mass deportation. So this is a circular argument. You're saying that mass deportation is good because it makes our borders stronger, and it makes our borders stronger because it's mass deportation. Circularity, sir.
So then we're just going to keep on going in circles.
Okay, so you admit that your argument is a circle. Circularity is illogical. I mean, it's anything but logical, right? It's literally a logical fallacy. It'd be the circular logical fallacy, meaning that you admit that your argument insofar as why you support Trump is fallacious.
No, that's not.
So now you're saying that circular argumentation is not fallacious. So
no, I'm saying
are you trying to argue that circular? I am right about that. So if you admit that that the reason insofar as why you support Donald Trump as president is logically fallacious, well, I feel like I've done my job. I've done it well.
No. Because first off, just
wait. You don't think that I've successfully done my job well by getting you to concede to the fact that your argument for why you support Trump is logically fallacious? Is that not the?
Because you haven't. Because
wait. I have a question. Should you reject all arguments that are logically fallacious?
No.
So I have you defending logical fallacies now. I mean, wow.
Okay, but this takes us back to the very start. Okay, I said strong borders. I said strong borders. Why I support Trump? Strong borders and pro-life.
I gotta replay that 1 second. I gotta replay that Trump today, and that was the one positive.
First off, just wait.
You don't think that I've successfully done my job well by getting you to concede to the fact that your argument for why you support Trump is logically fallacious? Is that not the?
Because you haven't. Because
wait. I have a question. Should you reject all arguments that are logically fallacious?
No.
Okay. Listen, if you shouldn't reject all arguments that are logically fallacious, I'm going to give you an argument why Donald Trump is a bad president, and I want you to reject it, okay?
Okay.
Find a way to prove me wrong, okay?
All right, I'm listening.
Donald Trump is a bad president because Donald Trump is a bad president. Prove me wrong.
I would agree that Donald Trump is a bad president. We've already agreed on this.
So you support a bad president?
Listen, I support the Republican conservative views.
Wait. just to clarify, you support Trump as president, yes or no?
Yes, because of how.
Wait, stop. You think Donald Trump is a bad president, yes or no?
Yes.
Whoa, stop. Therefore, you support a bad president, yes or no?
Listen.
No,
Okay.
no. Therefore, you support a bad president, yes or no?
I say Donald Trump is a bad president because of his characteristics of a human. Okay.
Therefore, you support a bad president, yes or no?
Yes, I support a bad president. I've already said that.
You know what? I think this debate's over. You told me that you don't reject all logically fallacious arguments, and you accept that you support a bad president. So you have a good rest of your day, Isaiah. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. Holy fucking cooked. Noel, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube, Noel. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much, Noel. Noel with the 100 big ones says, as someone who is going to run for Congress next year, I love the work you are doing to spread facts and to discredit the misinformation MAGA spreads. Noel, that is so incredibly kind of you. Seriously, thank you so much for your kindness. Please show some love to Noel down below in the chat, not just for their kind message, but also for the $100 donation. That is seriously very, very kind of you, man. I do not deserve that. That is so much love. Thank you so much for your kindness. W fucking Noels spammed in the chat all day long. Okay? All day long. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, as much as I can.
As much as you can. How old are you?
I'm 23.
23. Great. Let me go and thank a couple other people here. T, I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat 2. So they say, never stop, Dean. The populist nonsense is spreading, even here in the Czech Republic, which is historically rationalist/atheist. Following your channels, wish I was as brave as you. When I was in my 20s, you give me hope. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you. And I really appreciate you so much for the $20. Thank you. I'd also like to very quickly thank here. Give me a moment. Another Tanya, thank you so much for the $22 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Tanya. Tanya didn't leave a message, only love. Thank you so much for your kindness. As well as Carolina, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, Carolina and Tanya, as well as Carolina. I read your message there. I appreciate you for your kind words. Thank you so much, Carolina. As well as Asia, ASIA, thank you for the $10, saying you are so amazing. The way that you debate is great. Thank you, Asia. And then Felicity with the $20. Thank you guys so much for the love. Felicity says, thank you for educating me. Appreciate you. Love from Canada. Love to Canada and love to you, Felicity. Thank you for your kind words and the $20. You are fantastic. As well as Haley, thank you for the $35, saying so happy you're live today. I start Lexapro tonight, and this is a great distraction. Let me tell you, Haley, these lives are a great distraction. I gotta agree with you. I am so often distracted by these lives when Parker's hosting them. They're nice to listen to when I'm doing chores. And thank you so much for the love. As well as Sarah. Thank you for the $22 on PayPal, saying thank you for your incredible work. Thank you, Sarah. Tyler with the $6, H with the 10, and Selfie with the 3. There's one more person that I'd like to thank you for a new donation over on PayPal. Karen, thank you for the $75 donation, Karen. That is so kind of you. Holy fuck, you guys are being so kind today. Show some love to Karen in that chat. Karen with the $75, that is spelled Karin, says, Dean, you are spreading truth and light in these dark times. You have my respect. Can you shout out Amsterdam for its 750th birthday? Have a great time tomorrow at the on your day off at the show. Much love from Karen, Amsterdam, Netherlands. Dude, huge shout out to Amsterdam and huge shout out to Karen. I appreciate you so much for the $75 donation. You were hella based. Now, there's a handful of other donations too that I need to go get around to on Venmo, but I'm going to break them up so I'm not taking too much of everyone's time. Go ahead. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, basically the reason I do support Trump is he lies about this sometimes, I will admit, but when he actually is America first, that I do support, and I feel like he was more America first than Kamala Harris, so that is what leaned me to vote for Donald Trump.
Okay.
Would be the America first policies.
So tell me, what about Trump screams America first, and what about Kamala Harris screamed America last?
I will be honest with you, I can't give you too much off the top of my head that screamed Kamala Harris American last, but the things I do believe she wanted in her own ways the best for America, but I just don't think they align with my beliefs on what America first were. But I think from her perspective, she does care about the country.
Well, I'm not asking you from her perspective. I'm asking from your perspective. From your perspective, what did she run on that screamed America last?
Okay, well, let's start off with Trump. This has been a big topic for you for the past 2 or 3 people that have been on, has been the deportations and such, and you want to know the benefits. And
okay,
I
need you to answer my question. So what did Kamala Harris run on that screamed America last? And what is Donald Trump doing that's screaming America first? Why can't, like, you're not going to be able to avoid my question by just doubling down on not answering. And now he's gone off app. Well, I guess while he's off app, I'm going to thank a couple people. Jose, thank you so much for the $40 donation over on Venmo. Thank you, Jose. Jose with the 40 bucks.
I was scrolling Instagram.
Says,
I didn't realize if you fucking...
Yeah, I can hear you. Jose with the 40 bucks says, thank you, Dean and Parker, for educating people. Shout out to my Portland people for the amazing style of protesting. Dude, yeah, people have been protesting in amazing ways out there in Portland. Jose, I really appreciate you for the $40. If you guys could please show some love to Jose for their kind words and the $40 donation in the chat. It mean the world to me. As well as Joy, I appreciate you for the 20 bucks on Venmo 17 minutes ago, saying I've had it with Republicans calling themselves conservatives. It no longer applies. Start calling this out, please. Yeah, you know, I actually can't really, I agree that I think that they've really found themselves detracting far away from a lot of like conservative values, quote unquote. I appreciate you for the $20, Joy, as well as Anthony with the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Anthony. Leah with the 10, and then Lee, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo 30 minutes ago, saying I love tuning into your live, Dean. Thank you for standing strong on facts and talking to the misinformed with clarity and courage. And we are all caught up. Seriously, everyone. I appreciate you so much all for the love. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. And I really appreciate everyone so much for all the support. Go ahead and tell us what values of Kamala Harris screamed America last and what values of Trump screamed America first.
I mean, I know she liked to contradict herself in 2024 to her beliefs in 2019, but in 2019 she had a belief of decriminalization of illegal border crossings. That's the most un-American thing I've ever heard in my life. You committed a crime. You came into this country illegal. It doesn't get decriminalized because your people want to use them as votes to get elected. That's just not how it works. It's a crime. Like anything else, it's going to be viewed as a crime. So there's that.
I mean, I just want to be clear. That's not a contradiction. Even if that's something that she did think in 2019, that's not a contradiction. Like, for instance, in 2019, I was a Trump supporter. Doesn't mean I'm contradicting myself by not being a Trump supporter today.
Okay, I mean, you like to use definitions. By definition of contradiction, that would be a contradiction, but okay.
No, what's the definition of a contradiction?
Look up the Webster's definition for a contradiction. I'm willing to bet every money I have as a betting man that Kamala Harris changing her belief from 2019 to 2024 in a very important issue as a Democrat, that would be a contradiction.
How much money?
You got a lot more money than me, so I'll bet you $20.
$20 sounds good. And you're willing to bet $20 that's like a contradiction?
Yeah, fuck it, man. It's $20. Let's bet $20. It's
okay.
all good fun.
So you owe me $20. The reason why you owe me $20 is because a contradiction is the affirmation of two opposing propositions. It would be like affirming why and not why simultaneously. An example of a contradiction would be saying, it is true that I have shoes on, and it is true that I don't have shoes on. It is true that this object is a square. It is true that this object is a circle. It's the affirmation of the affirmation of a proposition and the negation of a proposition, right? So in order for this contradiction to be true of Kamala Harris, she'd have to, like, for instance, say that she wants to decriminalize border crossings while simultaneously saying that she doesn't want to decriminalize border crossings. But I mean, even using your own language, you said that she changed her mind, right? Changing your mind on something is not a contradiction, as you're not simultaneously affirming the affirmation and the negation of the proposition simultaneously.
Okay, I'll agree with you. I owe you $20, Dean.
Okay, my Venmo, my PayPal are in the link tree in my bio at DEANWITHRS.
Sounds good. But also, to follow, can I ask you a question following up that statement I made? It might not be a contradiction, but the fact that she did change her opinion on that from 2019 to 2024.
For sure, that's fine. It's also worth pointing out that most of the time we use the word contradiction in like this political sense, we mean like hypocrisy, right? But like even changing your mind isn't an example of hypocrisy. But go ahead.
Would you now, this is my personal, I believe she honestly, I don't know her as a person, I can't say this, just from an outside perspective, I would think she kind of still agrees with decriminalization of illegal border crossings. It seemed to me she, end quote, changed her mind on it because she had a lack of voters and needed some more voters. So it's just, seems like she did that with a lot of her policies going into 2024. And I wouldn't consider myself a conservative. I'm a Trump supporter. I'm kind of in the middle. She could have swayed me with her views if she wasn't so, I can't use the word contradictory, but if she didn't change her opinion so much in a 5-year span when she started running in 2024.
I'm just like curious. When did she say that she wanted to decriminalize undocumented border crossings? And what
was during a CNN town hall in 2019, I believe.
And what did she say? Like, what was her quote?
I would have to look up the exact quote for you if you wouldn't mind, but I
Yeah, I'm just
know it
curious.
was just her. I believe it was the panel asked a question if you would support the way it was if you would support decriminalizing illegal boarding crossings and just show of hands, and she was the first person to put her hand up. I don't think it was a quote. I think that's the way it went.
And what does it mean to decriminalize undocumented border crossings? Because like, what I know is like very popular for a lot of like the Democratic presidential candidates in like the 2020 election was to support the decriminalization of undocumented border crossings by just purely leaving it to like civil law instead of criminal law, right? But like when you say
Yeah.
decriminalizing border crossings, it sounds like just have a complete total open border. So if you can
No,
give an
I
explanation
don't want to
of
confuse people by
like
saying
what
that
she means by
do-
decriminalizing border crossings.
is making it a misdemeanor crime instead of a federal crime when you illegally cross a border.
Okay, well that sentence was no sense. Misdemeanor crimes are federal crimes. Or can
Felony.
be,
I
can be.
misspoke, Dean. I'm sorry. A felony crime. I misspoke.
Oh,
not federal crime.
Wait, so it's not a felony in America today. Like all case law on the prosecution of undocumented immigrants prosecutes them as a federal misdemeanor, not a federal felony.
Well, okay. Well, answer me this. You probably are more educated on the topic than me. Wouldn't decriminalizing make it more hard to be able to deport someone for an illegal border crossing or no?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I would support that.
Okay.
Can you send? Wait, just real quick before we continue. Could you send the 20?
I know your chat is like hellbent on that.
I know. I wasn't as hellbent on it as they are, but I think they have a point. Can you send the $20?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to go off app, but
Yeah, that's fine.
all right. This is so funny.
Holy fuck. Oh my god. Yo. Just for fun, the screen name of a very generous individual. Their screen name is, and I quote, just for fun. Just for fun with the $500 super chat on YouTube. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Holy shit. Dude. Just for fun, thank you so much for the $500 super chat. I'm sorry, that is unreal. I think that we're going to shorten their name to Fun. Can you guys please show, like, an absurd amount of love to Fun in the live chats? I literally want to see W Fun spammed like 1 billion times in all of the live chats. This goes without saying. That is like, dude, let me like refund you. I don't even feel okay like accepting that much money. That is like seriously insane. Thank you so much for the love, Fun. That is so incredibly kind of you. That is so fucking generous. Thank you. Let's get 1 billion Fun W's in the chat. We're gonna go ahead and recenter right back around the debates. But seriously, that is just like on another level. Fun. If you're still tuned in, thank you for your kindness. And I mean that incredibly, incredibly seriously. Go ahead.
Dean, I actually have a question that like I've been changing my beliefs on. This is a big problem I have with the Conservative Party. And I know you're a big speaker for the Democratic Party. I think this is an issue us young people, whether we're Republicans or Democrats, are kind of bipartisan on right now. What is your belief? And I don't know how the Democrats are about it. I really haven't looked into it. What is your beliefs or your stance on how we fix I'm gonna get shit for this. How we fix the over influence of Israel in our federal government?
I don't really think that you're gonna get shit for that in my life. We start by banning lobbying. We get AIPAC out of the pockets of our congressmen and women. And then we finish by promoting the common sense idea that we shouldn't be allies with a country engaging in ethnic cleansing or genocide.
Yeah, no, I will say I completely agree with you on that. And this is coming from a Catholic who leans conservative. That I think it's what's going on is completely ridiculous over there.
I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest, but you owe me that $20, okay? So I'll let you guys know when that 20 comes through. So you have a good rest of your day. We're gonna go to get that next Trump supporter up here. He owes me that 20. We'll see if it inevitably comes through. I'll keep you guys updated. But let's get that next guest loaded up in here. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, they're not here. Moving on, guys. Go to put a me with your age down below in that comment section. If you'd like to come up and have a debate with me about why you support Trump as president, we'll happily get you loaded in. I'd also like to thank Brittany with the $10 over on Venmo, saying I always love seeing you debate. Thank you, Brittany. Show some love to Brittany. As well as Jordan with the $10 saying, hey, Dean, love your lives and the work that you do. Do you have a web base with all of your sources? I don't, but my buddy Parker does. He has like a bibliography in his bio on TikTok at Parker Get a Job with like 1 billion sources for everything. It's worth looking at. As well as I'm going to call you Y. Thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Y. Show some love to Y down below in that chat, they say. Thank you for educating and standing up for all Americans. Never stop. I hope you run for office at some point. I may run for like some office at some point in the future. I don't know what office it will be, but I wouldn't doubt it if it happens. What's up? Do you support Trump? Nope, they're not here. Desiree, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal as well. I've been read off the PayPal for a while, so I apologize for keeping you waiting, Desiree. I did read your message there. Thank you so much for the $25. As well as Sarah, thank you so much for the $22. Sarah,
Hello.
that would be a child. Sarah with the $22 says, thank you for your incredible work. Thank you so much, Sarah. Show some love to Desiree and Sarah down below in that comment section. While we are still looking for that next Trump supporter, guys, keep in mind that we do have rules on the live. They are simple, though. Just make sure if you do find yourself in that queue that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Very simple. What's up? Do you support Trump?
You got to check the HUD website. It's got to be violating the Hatch Act. Check the HUD website.
Tell me to check the HUD website in violation of the Hatch Act? I mean, I just saw them calling it like Democrats like crazy leftists. How does that violate the Hatch Act? Maybe somebody could inform me. I did look at that though. I mean, I thought it was like strange, but like super on brand for Trump. Hey, Rena, R-E-N-A. Thank you so much for the $27 donation over on PayPal. Thank you, Rena. Thank you. Saying I'm an indigenous viewer from California. I just wanted to say I love your debates. You educate me day by day. I've been going through sad hours lately, but you and Parker's streams have been getting me through it. Rena, that is so awesome to hear. You know, it really does put a big smile on my face to know that the streams can help other individuals out. Not just like learning more about politics, but just kind of like getting through hard days. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that, Rena. As well as McKinley, thank you so much for the $20 in PayPal saying Donald Trump said in an interview that smart people don't like him. I remember that clip. It was funny as fuck. Thank you for the $20, McKinley. And then Abby with a 10 and Chloe with a 5. All right, guys, we're really going to focus on getting the next Trump supporter up here. I've like maybe loaded in 5 people and just not like a single one of them have supported Trump as president. So if that's you, you do support Trump, please hop in that queue. And we're going to try to find the next Trump supporter right now. Also, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen on TikTok, sharing out this live with a handful of friends too. And I'm actually going to shoot a text off to Parker to see if he wants to join. We are like literally trying to get like anybody up here that is MAGA. We got David loaded in. What's up, David? Do you support Trump? Hello? No, Dave is not here. Sophia, are you here? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Thank you for the galaxy. Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
What month?
What month? July.
I don't trust you. I'm sorry, Sophia. If you actually are 18, I apologize. I just looked at your account, and I am making the executive decision not to trust you. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone be patient while we're getting that next guest loaded up in here, guys. Please respect the rules. Please follow them, too. I would really appreciate it, y'all. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I do not.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest, guys. I just sent a Parker to text. I just sent a text to Parker asking if he wanted to join. So we might have him up here, quite frankly. Who knows? Let's get that next guest loaded in right now. Hop in that queue if you are MAGA. Please, 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 please. Also, once again, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Yo, Abby Cookie with a $10 on Super Chat.
Love you, Dean. Love you so much, Dean.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for the love. You have a good rest of your day. Abby Cookie with the $10 and could you do more 3v1s? I actually would love to do more 3v1s, but the issue I'm facing right now is I can't even find somebody for a 1v1. The Trump supporters are running scared, quite frankly. Well, all right. I guess that's the nature of what we do here. Oh my God.
Cool. Leave the keys in it. All right. Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, sorry. I'm at work right now.
Did you mean to be in the queue?
Yeah, I did.
Do you
I'm
support
20.
Do you support
June
Trump?
1st, 2005. Yeah.
Are you driving?
No. Yeah, I'm going through.
Yeah, I don't believe you for a second. Dude, it sounds like there's about 1 billion things going on. You're overstimulating me. I don't want to be overstimulating you when you're behind the wheel. Chloe, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Chloe. Chloe with the 50 bomb says, keep doing the hard work. Thank you, Chloe. That is very kind of you. And I appreciate you for the $50. Like, holy fucking cow. Chloe, that is a lot of money. Thank you so much. Please, for everyone watching, show some love to Chloe down below in the chat. That is spelled CHLOEY. And what is up? Jackson, are you driving?
No, currently I'm not. I just pulled over. Wait, how the hell did I end up here?
You requested. Did you want to debate?
No, but I'm just gonna say, hey, real conservatives appreciate you, dude. Fucking.
Okay, well, Jackson, I'm gonna leave your mysterious comment there. That was an interesting one. Very mysterious. Feel free, because I do think that you are driving. Feel free to re-request if you ever want to have a conversation with me about why you support Trump, Jackson. I'd love to have you up. And I'd also love to learn more about your comment. Interesting. Very interesting. I appreciate you for it nonetheless. Just very interesting. That's all. What's up, Delaney? Do you support Trump? Nope, bad. All right, guys. I'm going to stop pulling from the queue after this last guess. Okay. This is going to be the last guess I'm going to try to pull from the queue. If I can't get a Trump supporter up here, I'm going to start pulling exclusively from the chat. So just start following the rules. Only be in the queue if you're an American MAGA adult that wants to discuss why you support Trump with me. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Nothing. Hold on. Yo, Dean.
What's up, man? You MAGA?
Hello?
Hi. Do you support Trump?
Hello? No, my grandma does, though.
She with you?
And yeah, I'm in the basement, so give me like 5 seconds, all right?
You know, you got it. You got it. You
Like,
got
give
it.
me like 5 seconds.
You fucking got it, dude. Put him on. Put him on. While he's putting her on, Daryl, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying because this disingenuous MAGA tool is not going to make good on his bet. I don't think he is either. I appreciate you for the love, Daryl. Thank you so much for the love. As well, Shaylin, thank you for the $15 cent. I appreciate all the time that you take to debate and educate people. Thank you, Shaylin. Olivia with a 5. Then Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $25. And Brandon, thank you for the well diving. Jocelyn with a 25 says, love what you do. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that.
Yo, I'm sorry. She left to the dollar store. I'm just going to be wasting your time. I'm sorry.
Dude, Alan, feel free to hop back in that queue when she's back. I'd love to chat with her. All right, moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. We got Alexia tuning in. Brandon, thank you for the star map. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. And then Miles with the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love, man. And Gwen with the $10. Thank you. Okay. All right, Alexia, hi. Are you here? Do you support Trump? Alexa's not here. Okay, I'm banning the queue. We're explicitly pulling from the chat. Let me know in that chat if you're an American adult that supports Trump. We'll get you up here. But like, boy, oh boy, right? Where are the Trump supporters at? Did they go extinct? Are they gone? Quite frankly, I feel like they're gone. I feel like they're gone, everyone. I feel like they're gone. Moving on. Let's see. Only hop in the queue and only spam me with your age down below if you happen to be an American adult that's MAGA.
Hello?
Hi, Mac and Cheese. How old are you? Mac and
Hi, I'm
Cheese.
22.
Oh, okay. All right. Thought I heard like a 12-year-old boy there for a second.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can. I heard a different voice. Maybe I'm tripping.
I'm sorry.
No. Do you support Trump?
No, my heart's just like racing, so kind of. And I guess I wanted to talk to you about that.
Real quick question.
I have been leftist. Yes, sir.
I'll ask my question after you finish your statement. I have been leftist. Where's that going?
Yeah, so I was raised like Christian Republican, and I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. The past several years, I had been on the left, and I only recently, I voted for Kamala Harris in the recent election. I sound like I'm gonna cry. I swear I'm not. I'm just nervous. But I've moved back to my hometown, and my hometown is very red. And I guess with all of the circulating opinions around here, I've been trying to educate myself more on both sides instead of just putting myself in an echo chamber on either side. Hence why, I'm watching your stream. But I will say that my opinions have started to, shift and drift towards the right. I don't know if you know who Think Before You Sleep is, but he has made videos about you and, talking about some of your opinions. And I guess that has kind of started to make me sway. And I guess I'm here hoping that maybe you can provide some insight and some education on some points that he had brought up that I may not have considered.
Sure.
All right. So one of the points that he has made, and I've heard around here a lot, is as far as illegal immigration, how, and you've talked a lot about this during the stream, but how it's not fair and how it's not safe to those immigrating because, yes, we have, there are working jobs that Americans typically do not want to work, picking fruit in the field and stuff like that, but they're also being hired on at a lower wage. And in that sense, it's almost, they're being taken advantage of in that sense. And I guess I feel that empathy there, like with taking advantage of illegal immigrants because they do pay taxes and they don't reap benefits and they do get hired on at lower wages doing jobs that nobody else wants to do because they suck.
My girlfriend brought me in a chicken and cheese quesadilla. Let's get some W girlfriends in that chat. Look at this beautiful, beautiful thing I'm going to devour.
That's very sweet.
Anyways, now we're going to respond to your point, saying that undocumented immigrants are being taken advantage of, they're being exploited, they get paid less, and they qualify for less federal benefits. I actually agree with that. Let me ask you a question. Why do they get paid lower wages on average compared to legal immigrants, residents, or citizens?
I would say probably because of their situation, they're more desperate to get out of that situation and are willing to accept those lower wages just to be out of the situation that they're in.
More specifically, they're more willing to accept lower wages as they have less bargaining power because they don't have long-term survivability in the market. Their employer can threaten to deport them. And if they don't have a job, well, they can't claim federal benefits. So instead of getting food stamps, they might starve to death, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if we were to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, meaning that they had long-term survivability in the market, they couldn't just be deported, and if they're unemployed, they could claim those federal benefits like Section 8 or food stamps? That would give them just as much bargaining power as any other resident or citizen, meaning they wouldn't get paid less on average, and they would be able to claim those federal benefits, which was the first issue you had brought up there. Isn't this the perfect solution to the facts that you brought up surrounding undocumented immigrants? It wouldn't be to deport them. It would be to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship.
I guess so. My question again, I do not claim to be the most educated on any of these topics. I'm genuinely not. My husband just left, but my husband is a huge Democrat and his whole family is. And it's definitely been a switch for him because he's surrounded by the total opposite here. And he's been very frustrated because of that. But I guess my argument to that would be, wouldn't that be I guess they are paying those things. Never mind, I was going to say that we would be paying out from our Social Security and all the things that we pay during labor, and they'd be reaping the benefits of that. But if they're also paying those things, then
They'd actually be more likely to pay more of it
argument.
because undocumented immigrants are more likely to actively participate in the labor force. You give them a pathway to residency or citizenship, they'd be even more likely to work over the table in doing so, just as likely as any other resident or citizen, meaning that they'd disproportionately pay more taxes compared to non-immigrants offered a pathway to residency or citizenship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I guess that is a good point. Like I said, I want to be educated and I want to learn more, but I guess you can say my algorithm's been putting me down the alt-right pipeline.
Well, looks like you got back to the alt-left.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to chat with me, Dean.
Yeah, you have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you for coming up and being open-minded.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. Hop of that queue if you support Trump as president. We're going to have a special guest here real quick. Hey, say something or say nothing. Or mute yourself or leave.
Are you scared of a debate, Dean?
Good boy, Liam.
Scared, Dean.
You are such a good boy.
How do you know this is
You
Liam?
are such
Wait, who's Liam?
a good boy, Liam. Wait, what?
Who is Liam?
Did you forget your own name? Liam, are you okay?
Who is Liam?
You.
You have an obsession with this Liam guy? I don't even know who that is.
Bro, I'm being dead ass. Like, not even joking. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm really good. People call me Moose. Who are you talking? Who are you referring to?
What's your game here? Your name is Liam.
No, it's not. It's Amos Moose. It's right there in front of you. Are you? Can you read?
That would be your screen name, Liam. Wait. Say that your name's not Liam. Ask me if I could read, or ask me if I'm scared, or don't say anything at all.
My name is Amos Moose. It's
Good boy, Liam. Good boy. Good boy. We're gonna move on. Yeah, if you don't know the backstory, I probably just looked like a massive jackass to you right there. There's context. Liam's been coming up onto the live for like the last couple of years. Just running gag. It's a running gag. It's been a while since the last time we've run said gag because he hasn't been here in a long time. But we're so back. We're so back. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi, yeah, I was actually wondering if you could support my dad who does support Trump, and he has a gay daughter and a bisexual daughter.
Yeah, is he with it?
And we can't get him to see the light of day.
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Oh my gosh, that is so awesome. Okay, he's at work right now. Can I send you a DM and get on a different day whenever he's available?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you take care. Let's move on to the next guest right now. Wait, chat, should we ask Liam like a serious question about politics? Should we? Should we bring him back up and ask him a serious question about American politics? What are your thoughts? Yeah. We'll ask him one. Hey, Liam. Do you like the First Amendment?
Do I like the First Amendment?
Yeah, freedom of speech.
I know what the First Amendment is. Yes, I value the First Amendment. Yes.
So then why do you support Trump considering the fact that he's a big threat to the First Amendment? Saying a week ago out of the Oval Office and the night beforehand on Air Force One that it's illegal to criticize him in the media.
That doesn't sound good, but what do you think? What do you think is stronger, words or bullets that say "Eat this, fascist"? Taking someone's freedom of speech away. That's your party. So let's have this conversation about our First Amendment rights.
Okay. Here's my question. If you want to assume that the political affiliation of the person that assassinated...
I'm not assuming anything, dude. It's called common sense. Remember, our party has common sense?
I wouldn't argue that you could conclude with certainty that because he called him a fascist, therefore he's...
Absolutely, I can.
Nick Fuentes has called Charlie Kirk a fascist.
I don't give a shit about Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a weirdo.
Is he a leftist?
I don't care. No, he's not.
Oh, but he called Charlie Kirk a fascist. See what I mean?
I think that he's like you. I think that he's, just sucking off of people's emotions and making money off of it.
Wait, you think that I do this to pull at people's emotions to make money?
1,000%.
Oh, well, before we move on with the conversation, I'm going to thank the people that are helping me make money, such as Gabby. Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Gabby, I really appreciate you for the love. If we could all please show some love to Gabby down below in the chat, it'd be very meaningful. Gabby, that is so fucking kind. Thank you so much. Please show some love to Gabby in that chat. Now, Gabby says, from Gabby, love from the UK to you. Don't read out loud. Okay, I will not read the second part of that out loud, but Gabby, that is seriously so incredibly kind. Thank you for the money that I made off of your emotions. Thank you so much, Gabby. As well as Lorianne, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal, saying please run for office one day, and thank you. Thank you so much for the money, Lorianne. Oh, I can't believe I got your emotions. Thank you, Lorianne. And then Laura, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Laura. I'm so happy that I can manipulate you. As well as Natalie with the $10 and Jacob with the $10 as well. over on PayPal. I'm so happy I can manipulate the both of you. You guys are awesome. As well as T with another $10 over on Venmo. Alicia with a $10 on Venmo. And Dorian, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Guys, thank you so much for the love. I'm so happy that I can emotionally manipulate all of you. Anyways, where are we at?
We were at the road to hell is paved with good intentions by the Democratic Party is where we were at.
Wow, I mean, all right, you're accusing me of like emotionally manipulating my fan base into sending me money.
No, I think that if we're staying with the first two amendments of the Constitution,
let's go back to the debate. Sure, I'm down.
Yeah, so I think that.
Well, actually, I'd be the one to pick up the debate because you're the last one. You were the last one to try to make a point. So you said that you could assume that he's a leftist because one of his bullets said "eat this fascist." I said I wouldn't say that would conclude it with certainty, considering the fact
more
than
that. I'm
if you allow me to finish, I would say because of the fact that Nick Fuentes is also called Charlie Kirk a fascist and Nick Fuentes is alt-right, you can't conclude that with certainty. But that wasn't even the crux of my argument. Even if we assume for the intents and purposes of this debate that Charlie Kirk's assassin was a leftist, right? And therefore you get to say that was your party. Well, he was also a white man. Could I say, therefore, that is your race and gender?
I don't think that that's relevant to the conversation.
Wait a minute.
Let me speak. I think that you try to win instantly on conversations and debates with bringing racism in right away, and I think that it's honestly just it helps you fail the debate is what it does. I mean, you should at least ease into the you're a racist, okay? And we're all white, and we need to give our reparations and all that. We should at least ease into that conversation, all right?
Well, I was just saying. So you're presuming a fact of his being, and then using that fact of his being to reflect on all other individuals with similar facts of their being, such as also being on the left, being a leftist, so on and so forth. Right? I'm just simply doing the same thing using your same logic with other facts of his being, such as the fact that he's a white man. It's you and so many other people on the right like to politicize mass shootings, political violence, so on and so forth to make the left look bad. But then the moment I use your same logic to make white men look bad, like the fact that it was a white man who shot Charlie Kirk, it was a white man who shot up Evergreen High School, it was a white man who shot up the Mormon church in Michigan, it was a white man who shot up the bar in North Carolina, it was a white man who shot up the casino in Texas, it was a white man that shot up the church in Missouri or Mississippi or Minnesota. All of a sudden, if I say, therefore, there's a problem with white men, right? That's crazy. But if you look at a few isolated incidents of violence as perpetuated by individuals on the left, and then therefore you say it's a problem with the left, apparently that is based logically sound and valid.
Okay, I don't disagree with all of that, but you know what? I think that the Caucasian party at this point, young men, have been demonized, that we are inherently racist, if you want to go down that line of conversation. And I think that there are a lot of young men who are like, I've never been racist. You're tying me to a group of people such as the Triple K or the Proud Boys, who I have no affiliation with, nor will I ever. But they're like, no, your skin is very white and pasty, and you are inherently racist. Okay.
I don't know.
And I think that there are a lot of young men who are angry because of this. Okay.
I don't know why.
And I don't think that they should be deemed as racist. Like you've had your problems with maybe being young and immature and being called out for the stupid shit. But does that?
I mean, this is a pivot. I just want to let you know. What? You gave an argument that the left is violent because you think the shooter of Kirk was a leftist. I then used your logic against you to entail a conclusion that you don't like, which is therefore white men are violent. You ignore the fact that I very successfully rebutted your own logic by using your logic to entail conclusions that you don't like, and then you move on, you pivot, and you talk about the inherency of racism depicted by
I didn't pivot.
Of racism.
You went to racism. You pivoted.
I never brought up racism.
You didn't bring up race?
I brought up race. I didn't bring up racism.
Then what are you trying to get at because of, the color of someone's skin and them inherently being more violent or unaliving?
I'll be very clear with my point. Is it fair to say
Why
that
would they?
because
Why would they do this?
I'll be very clear with my point. Is it
No,
fair
no,
to
no.
say?
Tell me why.
No. You asked me what my point is. I'm going to tell you what my point is. I'm going to be very clear with it too. Is it fair to say that because the shooter of Charlie Kirk was a white man, that therefore all white men are violent?
Absolutely not.
Okay, then why do you think it is fair to say that because you think the shooter of Charlie Kirk was a leftist, that therefore all leftists are violent?
Never made the idea that all leftists are violent. We're talking about government. I'm not talking about everyone who
I'm sorry.
votes for the leftist.
You're right. I'll be more specific. You only implied it with your statement that the left has a problem.
Muting me, bro.
Wait. I need to rephrase it because yes, for sure. You said the left has a problem because the shooter of Charlie Kirk was apparently a leftist. So because the shooter of Charlie Kirk was also a white man, is it fair to say that therefore white men have a problem? Like you said the left has a problem.
I think that the Democratic Party, like I said, the road is paved with good intentions, like the Second Amendment. I'm not changing the subject.
Yes, you are, because you're not answering my question.
Talking about the amendments. No, I'm not. Listen, I'm going to round it out, okay? Because you say that the Progressive Party is better at gun control and saving lives, children's lives.
Sorry,
and stuff.
sorry, my friend, that you're pivoting. You are pivoting 100%.
I'm not pivoting, bro.
Yeah, you are,
no,
man.
You know that you're going to get cornered again, Dean.
Actually,
okay?
no. Everytown Gun Research refutes the idea that you could even corner me in this because it is a case that progressive gun
Why
control
don't you
leads
mute
to
me?
better empirical outcomes of less gun deaths per 100,000 residents. So if you go on Google, you type in Everytown Gun Research, gun control saves lives, you could actually see a ranking of the strength of gun control laws in every single state compared to their party affiliation and leadership party affiliation, compared to their level of gun deaths per 100,000 residents. And you'll actually see the more blue a state has with more gun control, the less gun deaths they have. So yes, progressive gun reform is significantly effective in reducing the amount of gun deaths inside of their states, 110%. See, I actually just engaged with your pivot there and was still able to refute you and prove you wrong, just to point out the fact that the rhetorical devices you're using of accusing me of being scared of engaging with your positions because I'm not going to allow you to pivot are fictitious and obviously a plea to attempt to control the content of this debate to your liking and against the logical parameters of the arguments you're making. You suggested the position that because you think the shooter of Charlie Kirk was on the left, that because of that, therefore, the left has a problem. All that I'm asking you is, would it be fair for me to say that because the shooter of Charlie Kirk was a white man, that therefore white men have a problem? Is that a fair statement? A simple yes or no will suffice.
All races and sexes have problems with being violent, yes.
Okay, so you would say that it is fair to say that because the shooter of Charlie Kirk was a white man, that therefore that's the reason why white men have a problem.
No.
Okay, so then why is it fair for you to say that because you think the shooter of Charlie Kirk was a leftist, therefore that's the reason why leftists have a problem?
I don't think that it has to do with the person. I think it has to do with the party from the top down. I'm not blaming the person.
Okay.
I'm trying.
If it doesn't have to do with the person,
hang
then why
on.
did you bring
I
them
think
up?
that. Wait a minute. So did Charlie Kirk in your debates? Did he ever mute your microphone, Dean? Why do you do it to me?
Well, I mean, he didn't even give me the microphone in the first place because he was
No.
too scared.
Did you ever have a debate with Charlie Kirk? Did you ever have a debate with Charlie Kirk one-on-one?
Yeah, I had a 3-minute sit down with him on Jubilee against his will because it was.
How many times did he mute you? How many times did he mute you during that conversation?
Well, I mean, in the 3 minutes that he had, I don't know. He stuttered twice, failed to give a response once. But
Stuttered,
he didn't
sure.
But he didn't mute me.
Did he
at all.
mute you? He
No.
didn't mute you. So why are you muting me?
Wait,
I'm trying my best not to speak over you.
Wait. If you're saying that I should just act in accordance with like the precedent set forth by Charlie Kirk, are you also telling me that I should turn around and say that Martin Luther King Jr. Was a terrible person, and that we should reverse the Civil Rights Act, and that whoever attempted to kill, the husband
No,
of
I'm
Nancy
saying
Pelosi
you're
was
a
a patriot that should be
hypocrite.
bailed
Is
out
what
of
I'm
jail?
saying. I'm saying you're a hypocrite, and you're talking about the First Amendment as you're muting me when I'm trying to have a great conversation with you. That you know what that looks like to 1,500 people? Excuse me, 15,000 people.
Yeah, get
Sorry.
your number right, buddy.
I know. I was like, wow, 15,000, and you're muting somebody and then talking about our First Amendment rights. Honestly, this is happening right now from you.
Okay, so yeah,
Tell me.
Oh, I do typically mute people when like they engage in like a reckless deflection, And I find that to be like the only device available.
Reckless.
That's another reason why I mute people, right? There's because of interruptions. So you've actually exemplified the two characteristics in which are conducive towards me muting a guest. I typically mute people when they engage in reckless deflections and like incessant interruptions, and you're engaging in both. It's for the productivity of the conversation. Like for instance, I'll give you an example, right? I made my point. It was very clear. It was succinct, and it was awesome. Right? You attempted to use the supposed party affiliation of Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk's assassin, to therefore make an issue with like the totality of the left. I use that logic against you to suggest that I could use other characteristics of his, such as the fact that he was a white man, to therefore make an issue with all white men. But see, the thing is, when I originally gave you that position, you completely ignored it. You did not engage with the insightful dialogue that I had set forth to refute the logic underpinning your position, but instead you attempted to make it into a new conversation. Don't mute me, little boy. Instead, you attempted to make it into a new conversation about the supposed inherency of racism in all white men and how white men don't like that, which is a categorically distinct and separate conversation than the line of dialogue that we're attempting to have on your first position. Obviously, in that circumstance, it was incredibly fair of me to either mute you and or interrupt you to get you back on topic. So how about you stop whining like a toddler and stop interrupting me? I'll stop interrupting you. Stop attempting to deflect and change the topic. That's not something that I've done, so I'm not going to meet you halfway there. And, communicate yourself like an adult and have a productive line of dialogue with me.
So if we're talking about our Constitution, okay, and the amendments, if you're talking about 1, 2, 3, or 7, whatever it is, it's still all the amendments our Constitution. So is that a deflection if I talk about first or second? Is that okay? Can I do that? I know that you're going to say I'm pivoting from subject to subject, but why can't I just jump around a little bit to have more of a colorful conversation? Dean, is that okay?
Yeah, what you call a colorful conversation is what I call a man who can't substantiate his positions with well-reasoned foundations. And when those foundations are found to be filled with cracks by me and my line of reasoning, you just ignore the cracks and you want to talk about a whole different position altogether.
Dean, I don't debate the way that you do. I don't conversate the way that you do. And you don't do the same thing as I do. Sure. You're more educated than me. You're a better debater, whatever you want to say. Maybe that boosts your ego, whatever it is. But am I still worth the conversation? I will say this too. At least you are one of the ones who will actually speak to me and is not a bitch like the rest of them. Okay? Excuse my language to all those women who are listening in.
We're going to move on to the next guest. I don't know. Apparently, he took pleasure out of the fact that I'd speak with him. I don't like it when shitty men feel pleasure. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter that is over the age of 18. We'll get you loaded into the live. Everyone just do be patient. Let's get D Money loaded up in here. Everyone just do be patient. Eddie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Eddie. Eddie with the $20 says, thank you for manipulating my emotions, Dean. Yo, let's go, Eddie. W manipulation. As well as Ali, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat as well. And Nikki, thank you for the 50. Thank you so much, Nikki. That is so very kind of you. As well as I read your message there. I agree 110%. Thank you so much, Nikki, Eddie, and Ali. Please show some love to Nikki, Eddie, and Ali down below in that chat. And if you're watching and you like what you see, you'd like to support me, you can actually find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I quickly have a question. I'm good, thanks. And you? I'm 19.
Ooh, what time is it?
It is 20 minutes to 5.
What state are you in?
I'm sorry?
What state are you in?
Texas.
Okay. Well, actually, name 3 cities in Texas.
Austin. Okay, I'm not sure. I'll be honest, I'm not sure.
Hop out of here. Don't believe you. Moving on to the next guest. I mean, you got the time zone, right? All right, we got Robert connecting. Hey, and also I'd like to thank Dorian. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, saying some people just shouldn't bet. That came in a while ago when that guy refused to pay on his bet. I appreciate you for that love, Dorian. Let's get 200 Dorian W's. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Jordan, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, as well as I read your message there. Thank you for all your kind words. Show some love to Jordan. And Mindy, oh my God, Mindy with the $100 donation on Venmo. Mindy, holy fuck, thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see 1,000 Mindy W's down below in that comment section. Literally right now. Thank you so much for your kindness, Mindy. Please, everyone, show some love to Mindy. down below, Mindy. You are fantastic. Thank you so much. Mindy says, thank you for all that you do. Well, I mean, thank you for the $100 donation. Seriously, that is insane. As well as Sarah with the $10 for the emotional manipulation tax. Let's go. And then Ray Ray with the $15. Thank you so much for the love, Ray Ray. And then Elizabeth with the $10 saying, manipulate my emotions, Dean. Yo, let's fucking go, dude. Manipulating all the emotions today. What's up? Do you support Trump, Robert? Robert, are you here? Robert is not here. Go ahead and put in me with your age down below in that comment section if you are a Trump supporter that is American and at least 18 years old that would like to come up here and have some dialogue with me. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in. We got Joshua connecting. Hey, I would love to thank Lily for the $30 over on PayPal. Lily, thank you so much. Lily says it's been a while since I've been able to donate. Glad I could be here today. Lily, thank you so much for the $30, and it's really good to see you. It has been a while, my friend. It has been a while. Hope that you're doing all right, Lily. That is Lily with 2 L's, Lilly. I actually saw somebody special in the guest requests. Let me look for them. There they are. Hello. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. Bad news. One, he is terrified to debate you. As he says, this dude does it for a living and my English isn't very good. However, he did tell me if his uncle will join in with him, he did send a message to his uncle this morning. If his uncle is willing to join in with him, then he will do it. But without his uncle, he will not because he's absolutely terrified. But
yeah, I'll happily debate him and his uncle.
I wanted to tell you that, and I actually had a question for you because I know it has been acquitted, but as a American, how did you feel about Trump wanting to make Canada as the 51st state?
Yeah, I mean, it just fell perfectly in line with all the other authoritarian things he's done or said. I mean, he's disrespected the backbone of America, either violating or threatening to violate 8 out of our 27 amendments in the last 9 months. And, you know, now today he's declaring war on America and more specifically democratically run American cities, according to his own word of mouth. So threatening to annex another country forcefully falls right in line with that terrible authoritarian rhetoric. Joey, I appreciate you for coming up. And like I said,
Yes,
you know, I'd love to talk to your boyfriend and feel free to, you know, re-request at any point when, you know, him and his uncle are ready to go.
I saw you were live and I just wanted to let you know that he said if his uncle will join in with him, he will do it. But if not, he's terrified a little bit to, as he says, get completely demolished in front of thousands of people.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Well, you have a good rest of your day, Joey.
You too.
All right, guys. Hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll get you up here. Let's try to get that next guest connected right now. In the meantime, very quickly, SM, thank you for the $20 super chat saying, Dean, as a 55-year-old Gen X attorney, I just wanted to say keep it the good fight. I appreciate what you're doing and your level of patience and attempting to educate the folks is beyond impressive. Thank you, SM. Show some love to SM. It's also really cool that you're an attorney. You know, I wanted to be an attorney for so long. Maybe one day. I don't know. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello?
I did vote for Trump, but I needed a little education. Hello?
Do you still support him today?
I'm a little on the fence about that, so I was looking to get maybe educated. I just kind of voted Republican just because that's always what I voted. So
can I be honest?
It's kind of a bad choice, honestly. But
I would say that the most value you could find in like education on the stream would be to watch it. Like seriously, like falling in the middle, sitting on the fence, and wanting to get politically educated is the prime position for a viewer of mine to be in for like the most effect of the content. You know, so like the debates in of themselves, they're supposed to be with Trump supporters that believe they have good arguments to support them, right? And when I'm telling them why they're not good arguments, I'm not only trying to prove them wrong to educate them, but also to educate you. You know what I mean? So if you're looking for more education, first of all, I think that's awesome. And second of all, just hang out with us, you know? While you're like doing your chores, doing your work, you know, throw the earbuds in and, you know, hang out for like an hour or so. You'll learn about a billion things that you didn't know before. And I wish the best of luck to you, my friend. Hey, Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10 over at Venmo. I appreciate that. And then
Thank
Anna
you
with
so
the
much
$10
for-
on PayPal saying, stop manipulating me, Dean. I'm sorry. I'll stop manipulating you. And then Rin, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal saying the way that you handle the debates with Trump supporters really helps a lot of people. Thank you, Rin. And then let's see here. Natalie, thank you for the 10. And Diana with a 5. And Jacob with a 10 as well. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, hey, we talked the other day, but I got reported for, we were talking about the vax, and I had said
I remember you. Yeah, you were like anti-vax. You got taken down for misinformation.
it wasn't misinformation because you looked it up and it said that they were
Oh yeah,
there.
the misinformation part of it was that you said it was harmful. You literally
Well,
got banned off
well,
of TikTok for
it's-
misinfo.
Well, if you look it up, that does actually cause blood cancer.
Yeah, but not at like lower doses that is deemed as safe by the CDC.
So the reason I say that is because like with a newborn baby, like if you give a newborn baby any type of medicine, it's like usually like when you look at it, it's literally like such a small amount. So like even though it is a small amount, it's something like I just feel like it should be looked into and like changed.
Do you know the FDRUG?
Wait, could you say that again?
FENT. Think about what I'm saying here. FENT.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Can we agree that that is like one of the most deadly DRUGS ever?
Oh, of course.
Did you know in like really small amounts, it's actually really safe and even used very commonly inside of ERs?
Yeah, I know. I believe it's
Right.
there is some in the epidural as well.
Right. Like when regulated in incredibly small doses, it's safe. Right. And that's one of the most
Right.
deadly DRUGS on planet Earth when it is in large doses. So even if we
Right,
agree,
and
I
I-
forget what we were talking about yesterday that's in the vaccines. At larger doses, I could agree it's not safe for human consumption. It can increase your risk of blood cancer. But in smaller doses, such as what are present in vaccines, it is completely safe.
Yeah, we were talking about the thing that they use for like embalming. I'm not gonna say the actual
Right.
starts with an F. as
But do you have
well.
any other reasons why you support Trump as president? Because I don't really want to talk about that again. I mean, it literally got you banned last time.
Yeah, you're right. Because honestly, that is exactly why I voted for him. Because I supported RFK like health wise.
No other reasons?
I mean, I hear you talk a lot about.
Sorry, Haley, I kicked you. I guess I don't really know why I did that. Because I feel like you were about to give us another reason why you support Trump. If you do have any other reasons, feel free to hop back in that queue. What's up, Riley? Do you support Trump as president? Riley's not here. All right, guys, we are still looking for a singular Trump supporter to come up here and debate us on why they're MAGA. Right now, we have over 15,000 people hanging out with us in the live, but not one person to come up here and debate. What's up, RJ? You support Trump? RJ's not here. I saw somebody in the comment section say I need to block this guy. Cope. Sure, you could block me, but that won't stop what's coming, buddy. Progressivism is the heat, is the rave, is the momentum. We're coming for the country, my friend. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, Dre's not here. Moving on to the next guest. Come on, guys. We're seriously just looking for a Trump supporter. Holy cow. Hey, Leah, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat saying thank you for all that you do, Dean. Well, thank you for your kindness, Leah, and I really hope that you're enjoying the stream. As well as Laura, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, and Sammy with a 20. Thank you both. Sammy with the $20 says, haven't been able to watch your lives lately, but I am today. Really good timing. Fuck yes, I'm Sammy. Let's go. Appreciate you for being here. Good to see you again. And then Laura says, please emotionally manipulate me. I'm joining the emotional manipulation bandwagon. Dude, the guy that said that, Liam, he's back in the queue, bro. He wants me so bad, bro. He wants me so bad. I appreciate both of you. Thank you, Sammy and Laura. As well as Michelle, thank you for the $15. Saying, Dean, when your political debates become less necessary, would you consider debates regarding patriarchy/misogyny? We need you, Dean. Dude, I debated feminism forever. The reason why I stopped on TikTok is because it gets me banned when I talk about it, unfortunately. What's up? Do you support Trump? Okay. All right, guys, come on. Go on and put a me with your age in that comment section if you're a Trump supporter that wants to come up. Like, MAGA is extinct. Sorry. Like, this is unreal. Lindsay with the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. What's up? Do you support Trump? MAGA is extinct. Bro, where did they all go, man? They're gone. They're all gone. All the Trump supporters are gone. Did we convert everyone? Did we win over the world? I think we won over the world, guys. I've successfully changed every person ever's mind. Hey, what's up? You said, oh, nope, Amelia left already. Unreal. We got Austin loading up. We win. We win. MAGA is gone. What's up? Do you support Trump? Nope. Nope. He's gone too. We win. MAGA is extinct, everybody. There's not a single Trump supporter left in this live. Just kidding. There's probably a couple thousand of them, but they're all too scared to join because they're spineless and they know that they're wrong and they know that they can. They couldn't win a debate against me. That's a fact, you guys. It is. It is a fact. It is. And if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, speak the hell up. Hop in that queue. We'll have a conversation. See, I'm the one that wants to hold genuine dialogue, and you're the one that's running away. So, yeah. All right. By the way, like I said, if you like what we do here and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. They go straight to me, and you get a notification at the top of this phone where I could read off your name and any and all attached messages to show you.
Oh, hello.
Love. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, to an extent. I would like to explain something though before I get into it.
How old are you?
I am 22.
Okay, when you say to an extent, knowing everything that you do now, who do you vote for? If you were teleported back to November, who do you vote for?
Respectfully, probably Trump. Although, if John F. Kennedy Jr. had gone and won against Trump, I probably would have voted for him instead.
Okay, well then you're fit for the conversation. Why do you support Trump as president?
I think I vote for him because of a little bit of security, because he's previously been the president. And I think that's why a lot of other people have, at least from a psychological perspective, kind of voted for him.
What? Wait.
I said...
Wait. So you're saying that the only reason he was a better candidate in November and would still be a better president than Kamala Harris today is because he already served a first term?
I think that's why a lot of other people voted.
I didn't ask about other people. I asked about you. I'm asking why you support Donald Trump as president today.
So why I did it, that's a part of it. But then another part is that as I was watching both sides, because I consider myself an active neutralist, how that works is that I prefer to be in the middle, but, I have my side preference. If that makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. Just what is one good... How about this? Let me find out another way to ask the question. What is one good thing that Donald Trump has done as president that makes you support him?
That's actually... Okay, so can I explain this? Because I am more of a neutralist than anything else. I'm having a harder time finding, on my feed at least, specifically, because that's where I get most of my news. A lot of the Republican half sides, although I think that somewhere in my feed it's being drowned out by the Democrat.
All right, man, I hope you have a good rest of your day. I didn't kick you out of any disrespect for yourself. But whatever you said was just so far off base of an answer to my question that I just thought a debate with you would be nearly impossible if that trend were to continue. So I did kick you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't support Trump, but my mother here does.
Put her on.
Alright.
Hello, I'm on.
Can you hear her?
Is she over the phone?
Yeah, I couldn't get to her in person.
If there comes a day where you can get to her in person, feel free to request. If there comes a day where you can get to her in person, feel free to request. It's just the delay of the live stream to your phone, then from your phone to the other phone that she's talking to you over, be a little bit too much. What's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, I'll take that as... Oh, they left. I was going to take that as a yes, but looks like they left. Moving on to the next guest, we got Eddie G loading up in. Hey, Amanda, I appreciate you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying your friendly neighborhood pathology instructor here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Finally being able to tune in again. Does this guest know that it wasn't, that it was RFK Jr., not JFK Jr.? Yeah, he probably just misspoke. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let me thank one more person here. Caitlin, thank you for the $15, saying, Dean, I grew up with a conservative family. I love listening to your debates and using information that you share on your podcast to educate my family. Keep on doing what you're doing. Caitlin, let me know if you ever get around to them. And if you do ever get around to them, you should share with me what specifically did it. You know what I mean? I'd be very interested. Thank you so much for the love, Caitlin. Yeah, I could hear you, man. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, so I actually talked to you, I want to say over 2 weeks ago, and it's perfect that you said what you said in the live because I encourage any of the Trump supporters to do what I did, talk to Dean, and then hear the live before you come back, and this way you can do some research. But so far, you've piqued my interest a little bit. I'm leaning
Wait,
towards.
did we debate 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, we debated about 2 weeks ago, but
All
I
right.
have just one view on a reason why I still support him. So I wanted to get your interest and get the truth from what you think.
Yeah, I typically only debate people once, but it's like for the last hour, we haven't been able to find any Trump supporters. So what's this one view?
So this one view is the one thing I've been struggling is border policies, specifically more immigration. And because of immigrations, I know that immigrants import because I'm from a family of immigrants as well, right? So I know that they support a lot, and a lot of them don't get Medicare. They don't get a lot of government assistance that they pay into. But my thesis and the research that I've been searching so far is the effects of immigration too, when it comes to mass immigration, where a lot of people do kind of influx how they have in the past 4 years. That also creates more of a demand, like more demand in rent, more demand in housing. There's less stuff on the shelves. There could be a negative impact to that as well.
So you're just saying like with an increase in population, then we'd expect like an increase in demand for things in the economy. Well, we would, right? But you're just not factoring in for the increased productivity on the supply side of the economy due to the fact that we have more laborers. And when we factor in for those things, right, we actually like can reasonably conclude that undocumented immigrants, for instance, drive the pricing of housing down since they're more likely to participate in the supply side of housing. 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant, according to the American Immigration Council. Meanwhile, they're less likely to participate in the demand side of the housing market because a lot of banks won't give them a loan because they don't have a social security number, and many renters of properties will not rent to them because they aren't a legal citizen or resident.
Okay. I live in California, so it's a little bit easier. So I might have a biased opinion on the renting and buying, just because I have family members don't have any social security numbers, ITNs, are still purchasing houses. I'm not too sure how it is in other states, but in California so far, it's been almost equal. I think recently, as of a year ago, they were trying to pass a loan opportunity for illegal immigrants to get houses. It was like a 20% deposit, and they got a lower interest rate, but it got shut down in California. What are your opinions on that?
Well, you just didn't respond to the argument. So it is a fact
Okay, I'm sorry.
that lenders
I'm
are
sorry.
less likely to approve loans for undocumented immigrants.
Yes, that is true because you need Social Security. You need a way to. At the end of the day, they're there to collect money,
Right.
hoping that you.
Yeah, like very few lenders offer loans on ITINs. Most traditional lenders do not offer loans to undocumented immigrants. And considering that, it makes it clear why undocumented immigrants would have would pull the pricing of housing down since they're less likely to participate in the demand side. It's not as easy for them to buy it, many more barriers to purchase, and they're more likely to participate in the supply side since they're more likely to build houses as construction workers. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so all my thoughts on the influx in helping, it's like a balance. I do see that. I agree with what you just said. On the most of them are construction workers. They all help out because a lot of them are my family members too. The only thing that I have to say is some of my family have came in. I'm not trying to pivot.
Well,
Just
I don't want you to pivot, right?
Okay.
The very specific point that I want you to respond to is that the price of a good is determined via the equilibrium of supply and demand, right?
Mm.
Right? And they're less likely to participate in demand, but they're more likely to participate in supply, which would drag the equilibrium price of a house down due to that fact. That's
see
my
that.
argument. That's what I want you to respond to.
That is true. So there's more people contributing to the housing market, more workers. There's going to be more of a supply, less people actually buying houses. But what about the renter side of it? What about people purchasing houses to rent them to undocumented immigrants?
It's the same deal. I mean, there's still more barriers for undocumented immigrants on like the renting side of things, since like individuals that own properties would be less likely to rent them to an undocumented immigrant compared to legal resident or citizen. Same thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's ways around that. In
Yeah,
my area,
yes, there is ways around that. You can live in a house if you're an undocumented immigrant. That's not what I'm saying. All that I'm saying is that there's more barriers to renting, meaning that they'd be less likely to actively participate in renting per capita compared to citizens. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I see that. There is the thing though that in my point of view on this one, that I've seen a lot of family members that do end up having socials, like people born here, they turn 18 and they have social security numbers. Now they rent to themselves. They get a house to rent, and what ends up happening is a lot of
Okay, but
people
that doesn't
start
change that
leaving.
there's still more barriers to renting, right? Because now you're having to describe, right, like a roundabout way for an undocumented immigrant to rent to property, which would include having family that are like citizens. That is still more difficult it's still a more difficult process with more boundaries than citizens in renting, right? Meaning that they're still less likely to participate in that demand side, right? So
No,
you get the point?
I get your point on that one, and it's just
Perfect. I appreciate that, Eddie. I did just want to go over one point with you because, like you said, we already debated 2 weeks ago. So I am going to move on to the next guest, but I hope you have a good rest of your day, bro. And I'm happy that you inevitably got that point. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got Nick loading up. I'd also like to thank Azriel. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat on YouTube. Thank you so much, Azriel. Thank you so much for the love. Azriel with a $100 says, thank you for what you do, Dean. I find education to be incredibly important. I feel like it is a dark time in history for that, but your channel gives me a lot of hope. I and other fellow members of the Oneida tribe will be going to our local No Kings 2.0 day protest on October 18th. Much love, bro. Hell yeah, Azriel, you should show up. Everyone you know should show up. Everyone watching the stream should show up to your local No Kings protests. I know I will be, and you should too. 110%. Thank you for the $100. That is seriously so fucking kind and generous of you, and I really appreciate you for your kindness. As well as Alice, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, and Coral with a 10. Thank you guys so much. What's going on, new guest? Do you support Trump as president?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
29.
What year are you born in?
996.
Okay, I believe you. And what time is it?
604.
All right, tell us why you support Trump.
Indianapolis, Indiana. If you want some
No, I believe
cities, I can give you two.
I believe you. Just tell us why you support Trump.
So, due to his couple of his policies, such as tax breaks and overtime, oil policies, and gas policies, which Biden was completely trying to uproot from the ground up.
Okay, so you think that Biden was bad for the domestic production of oil?
Yes, absolutely. He banned the offshore oil drilling, right? And
So then why did he oversee?
Tesla.
Why did he oversee the most oil production in this country's history in a 4-year span?
Vegetable oil?
What?
So was Biden drilling vegetable oil or like
No, like crude
castor
oil.
oil? No.
Why did he
Where's
oversee
the
the
data?
largest? Where's the data? EIA.gov, the Energy Information Administration. If you go on Google and you type in EIA, crude oil production, you'll see that under the Biden-Harris administration, they oversaw the highest level of crude oil production in American history in a 4-year time span.
And most of those were converted to plastics, maybe, right? To dump on the oceans. And that's why the global warming increased, right?
I don't understand what converting oil to plastic or increasing global warming has to do with anything. You told us that you think that they were bad for the production of oil. I asked a very simple question. If they were so bad for the production of oil, how come they oversaw the most production of oil ever?
So gas, right? So why were the gases not getting any cheaper during the Biden and saw, I don't know, like 200%?
Yeah,
even the gas increase?
I'll happily answer that question after you answer mine. I'll happily answer that question after you answer mine.
So I'll answer because what you are saying does not make sense because he was drilling more, but gas prices were not getting any cheaper.
It only makes
right?
sense.
So how does that make sense?
It only makes sense if you think about it one-dimensionally. The domestic supply of oil accounts for a percentage but not all of the global supply of oil. And and oil is a global market, and the price of oil is determined off the global supply. And we had a lower total global supply since we sanctioned Russian oil and OPEC reduced their output by 10%. So regardless of the fact that the Biden-Harris administration was actually really good for the domestic production of oil, it couldn't change the fact that the global supply was still down, right? But I don't even know why I'm answering this question.
Funding Ukraine.
I am entertaining a deflection and a pivot right now that I shouldn't be. So I'm actually going to re-ask my question. If the Biden-Harris administration was so bad for the production of crude oil in this country, how come they oversaw the most production of crude oil in this country ever?
Like you said, right? You brought out the Russian thing. Yes, that's what I was trying to bring it out. So Biden was producing a lot of oils and sending it to Ukraine and funding whatever was happening in European prices. That's why we were getting so much inflation, right? And that's why we had to pay so much taxes and everyone's getting screwed.
He wasn't sending oil to Ukraine.
That's according to your logic, right? Because gas prices were not getting cheaper. He was drilling more. So either he must have been dumping it in the ocean, right? Or sending it to Russia somehow.
What the fuck are you saying? No, nowhere in my logic.
According to your logic, right? He was drilling.
Wait, where in my logic did I imply?
He was literally drilling more, is what you said.
Where in my logic did I imply that Biden was sending oil to Ukraine?
But you're saying that he was drilling more, right? So where was he using that oil besides sending it to Ukraine, right? Because he was definitely not using it anywhere inside the country.
So are you going to tell me where in my logic I implied that he was
Canada,
sending oil to Ukraine?
right? Maybe Canada?
Where in my logic?
Maybe Canada, I don't know.
Where in my logic did I imply that Biden was sending oil to Ukraine?
No, so you're implying that we're producing more than necessary, right?
Wait. So because I gave you the facts, that fact being that Biden oversaw the most oil production ever in this country, that just naturally implies that he was giving it to Ukraine? Buddy, you're fucking lost.
So he oversaw, so where did that oil go?
Where did that oil do?
Right.
It was used, it was consumed, it was put in the reservoir. It was put towards a lot of things. Most of it was put towards consumption.
And gas prices were not getting any cheaper, so why? So what is the reason?
Okay, I've already explained this to you once. I'll explain it to you one more time, okay? Let me know when I got your attention.
Yeah, I'm giving you the reason, right? Because you're saying that, hey, we're drilling more, but the gas prices are not getting cheaper because we're sending to Canada or Ukraine.
Let me know.
Right? Those were the only answers.
No, that's not true.
Or sending it to the ocean.
That's just simply not true. I will give you the answer, and I will explain it to you, as I already have, but I just need to have your attention this time. Let me know when I have it.
You got it.
So the reason why the price of gas in America was higher under the Biden-Harris administration, even though they were producing the most oil this country ever has, is because oil is not a domestic market, it is a global market. And globally, there's a lower total oil supply, even though we were putting more into said global supply. Other countries were putting less into said accessible global supply due to sanctions on Russian oil and OPEC reducing their output by 10%.
During whose administration did the war start, and whose fault is it that U.S. had to drill more? Was it Biden or was it Trump? I forgot, right? It was Biden.
So now you're just saying it's Biden's fault that we produce the most oil we ever have? Isn't that a good thing?
It's Biden's fault that we had to drill more, and eventually, even after drilling more, the gas prices increased because the overall Russians stopped producing because they had a white war to fight, and that fault lies in Biden because he was screwing over Ukraine.
Wait, it's Biden's fault that Russia invaded Ukraine. How so?
So you're saying that Biden was drilling more oil, right? Why did he drill more oil? He did not have to drill more oil if he was making peace in Ukraine, right? He would not have to do that at all? Yes or no?
You're not answering my question, so I'm not going to answer your incoherent gibberish nonsense. My question was...
You do know that India was buying from Russia, right?
How is it
the oil?
How is it Biden's fault that Russia invaded Ukraine?
So you think it's Trump's fault?
I don't want a question. I want an answer.
by his incompetency. Like let's just say that you're doing a desk job, right? And your job is to look at like the bad guys. And Biden was the security guard, but he was letting the wolf eat the chickens.
And how do you know that, quote unquote, that Biden's incompetency caused Russia to invade Ukraine?
Due to the president's shutdown, right? He was shutting down in the middle of a sentence during speech.
So
White House
Russia,
speech.
so Russia invaded Ukraine because Biden didn't finish some of the sentences he started. Do you see how insane that sounds?
No, that sounds logical too. Because if the Biden was doing that, right? That
Oh, you didn't finish your sentence there. I guess now Russia's gonna invade Poland. See what I mean? Like, that's just completely nonsensical. Let's go ahead and load up that next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. What the fuck? Sorry, I'm not gonna entertain such like delusional nonsense. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? All right, he's not here. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, y'all. What a goofy day we are having today, guys.
Didn't mean to request.
Oh, no
My
worries. at all.
apologies.
You sound very familiar. I wonder why. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Gabby, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, Gabby. And then Jeffrey, Atlas, and Rachel, I appreciate all three of you for the $5. I'd also like to thank Zoe with a $10 saying, Dean, stop emotionally manipulating me into developing a brain. I don't have $20 to give you. Dude, we're still stuck on that. Dude, yeah, I remember that. That guy's wacky ass said that I was emotionally manipulating y'all into donating. What a crazy fool. Also, Bailey, I'd like to thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Bailey. And Samantha with a 5. X with a 5. And Madeline, thank you for the 10. Madeline with a 10 says, no need to read out loud. Okay, I will not read it out loud, but I do really appreciate you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi, no, I didn't mean to, and I can't figure out how to get off of it.
No worries, I got you, Ember. I got you. I'll go ahead and disconnect you. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, folks. We got Leah loading up. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, they're gone. Guys, what is going on with like the quality of the stream today? I feel like these debates are just like so low quality.
Spencer!
Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, so, I've kind of gone up two different ways. Like, my family's always agreeing that Trump's better.
How old are you?
21.
Okay, and do you support
Almost
Trump?
22. Yes, but it's only because I've never been proven that Trump's not a good guy. Like, I've never been told, I've never been shown. I've watched your videos, but then, like, somebody always seems to have a response to your video that you're wrong about this, you're wrong about this. So, I was asking you about the GUN policies with those.
Wait. Wait. I'm so sorry. You support Trump because you have no reason to believe that he's a bad person.
I've never been like everyone says the Epstein files or like
Wait, can
different
I just clarify? Is that your argument? You support Trump because you don't have any reason to believe he's a bad person?
No, it's not that I don't have any reason. It's that he's a bad person. I know he's a bad person, but it doesn't mean he's a bad president.
So then why do you support Trump? Because I thought the reason was because you had no reason to believe he's a bad person. So why do you support Trump?
No, I believe he's a bad person. I just don't believe he's a bad president.
Okay, and why do you think he's a good president?
Because there's been no wars.
What? Yeah. So Russia has launched the most missiles that they ever have per capita. Sorry, not per capita. In 8 months. In the 8 months that Donald Trump has been president, they significantly increased the amount of bombings that they've been doing on Ukraine. Not to mention the fact that I would say we had a technical war with Iran when Donald Trump told them that he controlled their airspace, he knew where their supreme leader was hiding, and he could kill them. And then we dropped bombs on Iran. And not to mention the Turkish-Kurdish war in Donald Trump's first administration, where we pulled out of Kurdistan and we just left 60,000 Kurds to starve or and die or flee, right? Leading to the Turkish-Kurdish war. Not to mention the proxy war that we had with Russia and Syria in his first administration, so on and so forth.
I thought, okay, I don't know what the source was and stuff, but I seen something that was like, oh, Trump didn't, people said that he was going to start the newest world war, but he hadn't and stuff. So who can prove that he's not a bad president if he hasn't started the war?
Okay, I don't think that not starting a world war makes you a good president. Like, would you say that Biden was a good president from your perspective?
I think it was better than Trump in a sense, just because we didn't have a war. We didn't have the New World War with him either.
What the hell? So if the Biden-Harris administration was better than Trump, then Kamala Harris was better than Trump, meaning that you should have voted for Kamala Harris in the election.
But I didn't know. Wait, I thought Kamala Harris had nothing to do with Biden's administration. I thought that she made a different administration. That's why they were saying that Biden's wasn't. I'm confused.
So I got you. I don't worry. So she was Biden's vice president, and she served alongside him for 4 years, and then for the general election in 2024, she ran on a platform of her own administration against Donald Trump. So, for instance, if she had won the election, then she would have been president with her own administration, independent of Biden.
But it was still policy. It's still the same policies.
Well, I mean, it would have been her own policies, but in many senses, similar to things that Biden did that were good.
Oh. Well then, okay, I was misinformed. My family completely, my sister actually completely is all for you and tries to tell me your things, and she always shows me these things, but I never really understood, because she's like, oh, Trump is bad because he was in Epstein files, or he was bad because he's in this, but he's not bad because he hasn't started a war.
Okay. Well, hey, how about this? I appreciate you for coming up here, and thank you for having a conversation with me, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day, and I just recommend tuning in and seeing what I have to say about why I don't really like Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a good one.
You too.
All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. We have a special guest. What is up, Parker?
What's up?
How you doing?
Doing all right. Just laying in bed.
Dude, you're so fucking lazy, bro.
Yeah, that's me, bro.
This motherfucker told me he might come up to co-host on the live, and now he sounds like he's been napping for the last couple hours. Man, I feel that.
I've been in bed the whole time. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel that so hard, Parker. That is exactly what I'm gonna be doing when I get off. So I get it. Yeah, I need to run to the restroom. Are you down to help the debate, I guess, while I'm taking a quick bio break?
Hello. What's up? Do you support Trump?
As a president, I do, but as a character, I don't. And the reason I do as a president in particular is...
Quite frankly, Aiden, real quick, what time is it? Sorry for cutting you off. I just need to know. What time is it?
The time for me, I'm actually in Australia at the moment, so it's 20 past 8.
Sorry, we're just looking to talk to American adults that do indeed support Trump as president. You have a good one now, bro. As well as Coral, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Coral. Coral with the $50 says, for your grace in educating this guest, you are amazing. I appreciate you for the love, Coral. That is very kind of you. If you guys could please show some love to Coral down below, that'd be awesome. Thank you for the $50, seriously. As well as Scarlett with the $20 saying I was emotionally manipulated into sending $200 to you a few days ago. Scarlett, yeah, I appreciate you so much for your continued love. You've been so kind, and I really do appreciate it. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Sarah's not here. Parker, we've been struggling big time to find a guest today. Very big time. No Trump supporters anywhere, Parker. They're all gone.
You have 13,000 people in the stream. How is that even possible?
Yeah, man. 13,000 is our low point of the day, too. We were rocking 16, 17 when we were actually getting guests. But, people are starting to get bored, man. But I get it. Me, too. We just can't find anyone. What's up, Guy? Do you support Trump as president? Come on, bro. Go ahead and put a me with your age in that comment section if you are an American adult that supports Trump that'd like to come up here and debate. Also have a couple of people to thank. This just in from Jamie. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Jamie says, my family are Trump supporters, and they argue the reason that they support him is because he cares more for our military. What's a good argument against them, or is there one? There is one. Every member of the military took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and it is that oath in protecting our civil rights, liberties, and freedoms, which veterans have lost their life for, and people are willing to lose their life for. Donald Trump has infringed on the Constitution. In the last 8 months, he's attacked the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment, disrespecting everyone that has been willing to lose their lives or everyone that has. What's up, Liana? Do you support Trump?
Well, hey, first of all,
It's pronounced Leona. Not to be rude.
Sorry,
just
Leona.
correcting you.
Do you support Trump?
No, you're fine. Well, I agree with. I'm like 50-50. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm 50-50.
Just for fun. Thank you so much for that cute ass gift. Thank you so much. Okay,
That was cute.
I have a question. What time is it?
It's like 20 past 3, almost 4.
What state are you in?
LA.
The state of LA?
I'm in LA, dude. Jeez. It's like almost 4.
I have a question. What state is LA in?
Oh, dude. I am in California.
Oh, what's the capital of California?
Oh, dude. Instead of asking me questions, how about you like ask me something about politics instead of asking where I am?
Hey, I want to ask another question real quick. So, where did the LA fires occur? Where in LA?
I'm not like I don't live here. I'm just here.
Oh, really? What's the weather like?
Can I just like
No.
you asked me
Right now.
no.
What is the weather like in LA right now?
When I first joined, you asked me, do I support Trump?
Yo,
I said
right,
50-50.
Leona.
Now
What
it's
is
gonna
the weather
say
like
yes.
right now in LA?
Dude.
What is it like?
Oh no, let me look outside.
She means go to Google. Didn't know you had to leave TikTok to look outside.
I don't have Google. I'm on Samsung.
You don't have Google? Okay, get out of here.
No, I have
Now
that
listen.
weird fucking thing.
Listen, you put up a good fight. By the way, Parker, I don't know if you know it or not. I just thought I'd let you know you are on mute.
Oh no, I know. I was gonna say though, it is very nice outside. I'm in LA.
Right, I was gonna have you fact check.
Amazing.
I was gonna have you fact check.
It's really
her, but
nice
she didn't even,
outside.
like give an answer. Okay, I think I finally have someone for us to debate. I think I saw them in the queue. Oh yes, I did. Conservative talk. They're like always like spam in the comment section. Their bio's even Parker and Dean can't debate me. Jody, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Jody. Jody with the 20 says, love listening to you. You help me win in arguments with my partner. Fuck yeah, Jody. Convert them. Change their mind. Hell yeah. Let's get 200 Jody W's. Fuck yeah. What's up, conservative talk? Come back to the live. Don't run. Your bio is literally Parker and Dean can't debate me. Now you're going to run? Oh, come on. Alexandria with a $5 on PayPal saying, I love watching your videos. You're my favorite master debater. Oh, come on. Come on. Thank you for the 5. Oziah, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. And then Mallory with a 10 and Atlas with a 10. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, Conservative Talk is actively running. Oh, he's back. Hi, Conservative Talk. Are you going to say anything? Are you going to speak? Are you too scared? Are you too scared, Conservative Talk? Me. My name is Conservative Talk, and I'm terrified. That was my best impersonation. I'm so bored, bro. I'm literally just talking out my ass. Get pushed.
Trying to come back into the app. Oh, well.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Oh, I'm losing my mind. Hop in that queue if you happen to
Is
be.
this how it's been like all day so far?
For a fair portion of the day. Chat, right? A fair portion of the day. This is how it's been. I think so. What's up? Do you support Trump, Angie? No. Angie just left. Out terrible. Yeah, everyone in the chat says
Wow, this is great. There's 14,000 people in here. You can't find a single caster class. You know, it seems like there's Trump supporters just don't exist anymore.
Right.
That's what it
Honestly,
is.
not being able to find a Trump supporter to debate in a crowd of 14K people is kind of aura. You know what I mean? So much aura, all right? Oh, now all the Trump supporters watching. Take that aura away. Hop in that queue. Come on. What's up? Do you support Trump? No, she's not here. Dear God. Dude, there's 14,000 people watching. Can I just have one of you guys speak the fuck up? What's
Hello?
up? Hey, age, please, Sophia?
18.
Not a chance in hell, Sophia. Okay, moving on to our next guest. We got JB loading up. What's up, JB? Do you support Trump?
Nah, but do you know Charlie Kirk's?
We got you kicked. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get the next guest up here. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
You know it.
Okay, Parker, I'm going to go ahead and leave this guy with you. I'll be back. I'm going to go use the restroom. For everyone watching, Mr. Parker down here, I about said your last name. Ooh, that would have been bad. Is going to take over. I didn't say it, though. Mr. Parker down here is going to take over while I'm using the restroom. I'll be back in 45 seconds. See you all very, very soon.
Yo, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's more godly.
How is Donald Trump more godly?
He's not with the rainbow stuff.
Can you tell me what that's supposed to mean?
He's not with the rainbow and the trains.
Okay, so here, how is that more in accordance with Jesus? Because nowhere in the Bible does it say, like, art thou be against the LGBTQ plus community.
Yeah, I mean, they're not supposed to. Oh, hold on. I got a little business. 1 second.
Can you tell me the first 4 books in the New Testament?
Déjame, vamos.
Sí. Más que no lava, estaba allá enfrente.
Hello? What just happened? Chat, what's going on right now? Well, I'll use this time right now just to tell the chat, Donald Trump is absolutely not more godly. I mean, cheated on every single one of his wives, was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive.
Wait.
He said he had sex in common with his daughter. He said he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. So if he considers that more godly and more Christian,
See.
Wait.
maybe that's something that you need to question.
I'm not gonna be able to educate you guys today.
Wait, I remember you. This is the 3rd time you've been up here. The first 2 times that you're up here, you defended the sexual exploitation of kids. Is that godly?
Nah, I misunderstood the question.
Wait, on 2 separate occasions in 2 separate conversations, you misunderstood it?
No, not on 2 separate conversations. We only spoke once.
No. I remember the first time that we spoke, and then you came up here. I didn't recognize you. We debated about other
and then
things
I
for like 30
started talking
minutes, and then we finally started talking about
trains.
it again. And then
No,
now
we
this is
didn't.
the 3rd time.
No, we started talking about trains, and you cut me off.
I'm going to cut you off again. Quite frankly. Moving on. Hop in that queue if you support Trump as
I
president.
have to get going now.
No worries. I appreciate you for
Good seeing everyone.
covering
I'll
me.
be on later at 5.
See you, Parker.
Bye-bye.
All right, moving on to the next guest, guys. Please only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president. That is who we're looking for. And quite frankly, folks, the Trump supporters are running scared today. They are nowhere to be seen. They're hiding. Angie, I appreciate you so much for that cool little gift. And if that is you and you're not scared to debate me, hop in the queue. Make your voice heard, because we're inviting open dialogue with people that I disagree with. They're just nowhere to be seen. Hey, John, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, John. Thank you so much. Show some love to John down below for the $20, as well as Jenna with the $15 saying, I've never understood politics before, but you make it easy to follow, and I appreciate your hard work. Thank you so much, Jenna. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Show some love to Jenna. Thank you, John and Jenna. We're now going to try to find the next guest. Right now, we're going to try to pull from the comment section. Go ahead and put in me with your age. We'll get you pulled up here. Just please make sure that you are legitimately following the rules. If you're not, you will be very quickly and promptly banned. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi.
Age. Age right now. Banned. See, that's what happens when you break the rules, everyone. That is what happens when you break the rules. In fact, because of the fact that it has been like an hour of like bad debates, I'm going to go to put the rules up on the screen. By the way, everyone, I'm not going to be on tomorrow. I'm going to a concert with my girlfriend, and it's going to be so much fun. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
25.
Cool. Jamie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying thank you for keeping me sane in these insane times. Thank you, Jamie. Let's get 100 Jamie W's in that box. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message on YouTube. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
I would say I support some of the immigration stuff, not so much how it's being done, but I do support not freely letting illegal immigrants into our country.
Okay, so what specific immigration policy of Trump's do you support?
Um, I would say not so much policy, but letting ICE, kind of taking the handcuffs off ICE. I think that's something that
Allowing them to
happened.
expedite their mass deportation?
I mean, if you look at the deportation numbers under Trump versus under presidents in the past, like Biden, like Obama, his numbers are actually matching what theirs did during their terms.
So do you support mass deportation?
Um, Not in the way that they're doing it now.
Okay, so
but
then
I
what is
do
like
think
something that Donald Trump has done or is doing that you support? Because so far you've been very vague.
the deportation thing? Like,
You just told me that you didn't support it, but now you're telling me that you do. Which one is it?
I'm saying I don't support how the agents are going about it.
Okay, so which
Like,
so that means that you don't support the deportations, right? I'm confused. What?
I support deportation. I just think that there are some things that they're doing that I don't quite agree
so
with.
overall, the
But I
mass
do.
deportation, is it a reason why you support Trump or not?
Yes.
Okay, and why are the mass deportations a reason why you support Trump?
I think that for us to stand to the like things that we believe in as a country, we shouldn't be allowing people to come into our country illegally, which is and if they do, they need to be held liable for breaking that crime of coming into the country illegally.
So people need to be held accountable for their crimes, and you think that's a core American value?
Yes.
If you think holding people accountable for their crimes is a core American value, why did you give a 34-count felon and adjudicated rapist the White House?
I think that he was a better candidate than.
Why? Because I thought that he needed to be held accountable for his crimes. And if you think that holding people accountable for their crimes is a core American value, then I don't think that you'd support Trump, not just for the reasons that I just gave you, but also for the fact that he's been letting people off the hook for their crimes, such as the 72 January 6 rioters that were criminally prosecuted and found guilty of violent assault on police officers at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, that he gave full presidential pardons to, like DJ Rodriguez, who was sentenced to 12 years in jail for attempting to kill Officer Fanone. 4 years into his term, first day of Donald Trump's second term, he let him off the hook, gave DJ Rodriguez a full presidential pardon and labeled him as a patriot.
I don't agree with that. I think that the people that were found guilty of doing the crimes and were given the due process should be held accountable for that.
Okay, so then this would be like a reason for you not to support Trump, because he's not holding people accountable for their crimes unless you commit a misdemeanor that is victimless and you're actively helping this country. And by the way, quote unquote, holding them accountable for the crimes or removing them by deportation only hurts this country. Okay? If we want to hold people accountable for their crimes, we should find a way to do it that makes this country better. In fact, that is the purpose of designating crimes as crime in the first place. And right now, I think we're at a pivotal point where what we need is to offer undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship. We need to figure out why so many individuals have been incentivized for undocumented entry over legal entry. And we don't need to do a mass deportation, as that only materially makes America worse. There's not one way that it helps it. Foundationally categorizing it as bad policy that no one should stand behind.
I mean, I agree with your stance on mass amnesty. I think that if we get them to agree to like legal terms on letting them stay here, but I also think that the fact that during the Biden-Harris term I think the numbers were roughly 6 million undocumented entries into the country.
Yeah, we could talk about that next, but right now it's just serving as a pivot in your argument. Because I'm pretty sure that you just conceded to your argument. You told me that you support Donald Trump for his mass deportation, and then I inevitably got you to agree that mass amnesty is a good thing. Okay, well, you understand that mass amnesty is diametrically opposed to mass deportation. So necessarily, if you think mass amnesty is a good thing, then you therefore also think that mass deportation is a bad thing, as the two concepts are diametrically opposed to one another.
I can agree with you on that.
Right, so then you've conceded the first reason why you told us that you support Trump, that being because you support his mass deportation. So do you have any other ones?
I think that the just making the border stronger, trying to clean up crime throughout cities in America. People say that it's authoritarian, but the cities that this is happening in have, for a long time, been.
Wait, well, let's go point by point. So your first point was to make the border stronger. So what is a good policy that he's implemented to make the border stronger?
I would say, again, going back to giving more reign to the Department of Homeland Security.
But I thought that you just told me that you don't support their mass deportations.
Not so much the mass deportations, but stronger border patrol.
Okay, and like how do we have like stronger border patrol? Can you materially tell me, like, did he pass a policy that made their agency stronger? Did he like sign an executive order into law that made them stronger? Like what did he do to make them stronger?
I couldn't name any certain policy, no, but I know that.
Okay, so
under the Biden. Sorry.
If you can't name any specific good policy that has made the border stronger, well, then I think that there's probably another explanation why we've had such a drastic reduction in undocumented entry. I would say that explanation is fascism. I mean, think about it. The ultimate incentive for entry into America, illegal or legal, would be an expectation of a better life. And I think that Donald Trump is now presenting an expectation of a worse life for undocumented immigrants by violating both the human and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already in this country, such as he did with Abrigo Garcia with his illegal removal, where he was then beaten and tortured in Siga in El Salvador, or the Venezuelan immigrants that he deported without due process, the college student that he black-bagged and took to an ICE detention center 1,000 miles away against the withholding order of a judge, or even the legal immigrants like Mahmoud Khalil, who he sent to an ICE detention center for 3 months, even though he was a legal green card holder, right? And that's not good policy. That's immoral, like, and fascist by its own nature of infringing on both the legal, constitutional, and human rights of these individuals.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
All right, so can we agree there that, like, although, undocumented border crossings into America have been significantly reduced, that's actually not a good thing because of what has caused it. And what has caused it is an incredibly bad thing.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, it kind of sounds like we've kind of ran through all your reasons here why you support Trump. Did you want to continue our conversation, or should I move on to my next guest?
I would say another one is trying to push the bigger cities to clean up just their crime problems. And
by doing what? Saying that he's declaring war on them?
I mean, threatening. I would say that there's cities in our country that.
I think that the president threatening to declare war on his own country is treason. How about you?
When people don't take the steps necessary to get their cities in line, I would say that having a higher authority power like the National Guard.
That's not what I said. I literally said him threatening to declare war, saying it is war. Are cities war zones?
When you're allowing crime to run rampant in your streets.
Are you okay? Are you okay with the president making cities war zones? Like literal war zones?
I think that the governors of the states that are allowing it already have by letting.
Wait. You think that LA is a war zone?
I would
think
say
that San Francisco is a war
safe.
zone? Crime in San Francisco is at a 30-year low. You think that New York City is a war zone?
They're not safe places.
Are they war zones?
Not quote unquote war zones.
Okay, so then you're not answering my question. So would it be a bad thing for a president to make our cities war zones?
To make them war zones,
Yes.
I would say yes. But by sending it
So now you're saying it would be a bad thing for a president to make our cities war zones. Well, earlier today, in fact, this morning, Donald Trump, while speaking to his top generals at the Pentagon, said that he's declaring war on these American cities. And he directed the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to even use these cities as practicing grounds for our military, meaning that he'd be making these cities war zones. So how can you support Trump as president when he's actively fighting to make America a literal war zone?
I don't think that would happen. I think that the National Guard would go in and
That's what he
people
said
would
today. This is what
realize.
Donald Trump said this morning, though. This is what our president said this morning. Wake up. This is reality.
I don't think that it would be war zones. I think that
He said
people would realize.
he said it is war. Donald Trump said it is war. Right? Like we're not talking about metaphorical ones here. We're talking about literal war zones. He said it is war. This is war. That is what he said. He declared war.
Probably should have worded it better. I agree. But at the same time,
that's not just an oopsie, though. How can you write off literal treason as just an oopsie? Oh, oopsie daisies. My favorite president just accidentally declared war on his own country. Maybe he could have worded it better. Like, that's not a little oopsie. That is like one of the craziest things a president has ever done in my lifetime.
I think when it comes down to it and governors and city mayors aren't willing to do the things that are needed to protect the citizens of their cities by having better police forces and by taking a statement to stop the crime that's going out and they're happening in their cities and letting it get to a point where it has.
So you think that we should replace, for instance, 30-year low levels of crime in San Francisco with literal war in San Francisco? What's better, a 30-year low level of crime or literal war? Which one?
I don't think he's going after San Francisco. He's going after cities like Chicago.
No, he said this morning. He said this morning that he's going after cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, and there was one more. There's one more. I forget what the fifth one is, but he did say San Francisco. So I answer my question. What is better, a 30-year low level of crime in San Francisco or literal war in San Francisco?
Say 30-year low in crime.
Right. Great. So do we see there how actually this isn't a good thing?
I guess so. I think that I still think that the mayors and governors of these places need to be held accountable somehow for not doing something before it's gotten to this point.
Obviously, they're doing something if they have a 30-year low level of crime. I have a question. Do you agree with Donald Trump about abortion being legislated on at the state level?
I don't think that it should be legislated at all.
It should just be completely banned?
No, I don't think it should be legislated. Like, I don't think that should be a thing that's legislated. I think that it should be free access up to a certain point.
I'm going to go to move on to my next guest. You have a good rest of your day there, Joshua. I'm sorry. I think that the conversation came to a natural end. Finally got him to admit that a 30-year low level of crime is better than literal war. I can't believe that's what the debates have fallen down to. What's up? Do you support Trump, Sarah?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Hyped Phantom, appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio over on TikTok and in the pinned message of my YouTube stream. I really do appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. You could even attach a message that I could read off on live. Like, for instance, Vanessa just donated $30 over on Venmo, saying, quite frankly, this has been torture today. Enjoy the concert tomorrow. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate you for the $30 and your kind words. Oh, yeah, I'm very much so looking forward to that concert tomorrow. Plus, I'm finally 21, so I'll get to go to it bullets out of my mind, and I'll be doing something that is completely legal. I cannot wait. I'm so hyped for that. Thank you so much for the $30, Vanessa. As well as M, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And then, yo, G, Gabby, thank you for another $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Gabby. Gabby with a $50 this time says, please enjoy your day off tomorrow. $50 to spoil your girl. We appreciate her for the gift of your time and education every day. Oh, Gabby, you know me. I love it. I love it when people send me money to spoil my girlfriend. Literally the best ever. That is you, Gabby, the greatest of all time, the GOAT. Let's get some W's for the GOAT, Gabby, down below in that chat. Thank you so much. As well as Bree with the $10 saying have fun at your concert. Thank you, guys. And Ria with the $13 as well. Thank you all so much for the love. Go ahead and take it away, Sarah. Why the hell do you support Trump as president?
I support Trump because I agree with his views on abortion. I think that as a Christian, that shouldn't be something that we legislate. I think that if you choose to have sex, you are willingly you're willingly letting yourself be put in the position to like just have the
Sarah, you didn't need to leave because you tripped over your words. You could come back. We'll just act like it didn't happen. Right, chat? She left because she like tripped over her words. If she comes back, could we just all act like it didn't happen? It was like a very slight trip up too. I don't know why she like responded to such like a slight trip up with like leaving. That's really disheartening. People in the chat are saying, I don't know. Come on, guys. I'm just trying to get her to come back. You know what, Sarah? You willingly chose to join this live. You put yourself in the position of tripping over your words in front of 15,000 people. So you really should have like been an adult about it and dealt with the consequences of your actions by not being reckless and irresponsible, by attempting to opt out of the consequences of your actions by leaving the live. Okay, Sarah, really reckless and irresponsible. You know what? I'm a Christian, and I think that people should deal with what Sarah just did right there. That should have been illegal. Okay, we should have legally forced her to deal with the quote unquote consequences of her action. Moving on. Let's go to get that next yes app here. What's up? Do you support Trump, Chris?
Yeah.
Can you come a little bit closer to your mic?
Hold on. Got an AirPod.
Yeah, take the AirPods out if possible. I'll be able to hear you like a billion times better.
What's up, Dean?
So much better. Could you come a little bit closer?
Yeah.
10 out of 10. Chris, why the hell do you support Trump?
Because I love the United States of America.
Stop talking in that fake ass voice, Chris. Oh, isn't it just you again? Why are you still speaking in this fake ass voice, man?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do.
No.
I could talk like that too.
Nope, it's not me.
I could talk like that too. I support.
Let me just stay up here.
I support the United States of America. I'm a goddamn patriot. I'm an eagle. Soared through the sky, screaming red, white, and blue, blasting Toby Keith on my portable JBL speaker. Made in China, I mean America.
JBL's too liberal.
Get out of here. Let's go ahead and get that next, guys. We got Bentley loading up into the box. Here we go. Rip Toby Keith.
Hello.
What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Too laggy for me. You have a good one. All right. Yeah, wow. It still shows that they're on the live because of how bad their connection is. I removed them like a billion moments ago. What's up, Scott? Do you support Trump? Jerry in my YouTube chat says, burger, gun, eagle, flag. Dude, I swear to God, if this country is already devolving into idiocracy, but I feel like the late stage American idiocracy that we're going to see is the burger, gun, eagle, flag crowd. 110%. If we don't already see him. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I accidentally hit this on accident, my boy.
No worries. You have a good one, bruh. We're probably going to do one last guess here, by the way, folks. We have time for one more. I was thinking about spending some additional time on live, though, because I'm not going to be live tomorrow. I guess we'll see. Hey, Kenzie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying a drink on me at the concert tomorrow. Thank you, Kenzie. Thank you so much. As well as Morgan with the $5 on PayPal, Lisa with a 5, and then Mike with the $12 saying have a beer on me, don't get kicked. I appreciate you for that love, Mike. Thank you for the $12 for the beer. Ooh, I'm going to be so blitzed. I love y'all. Danny with the $5 saying don't diss my JBL speakers. Dude, I love JBL, man. They make some good shit. Good product. What's up? Do you support Trump? Taylor? Nope, Taylor's not here. Moving on. Quite frankly, we got Jamie loading up. That was my sigh of frustration. The fact that we can't find any Trump supporters. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hello, brother.
Age, please.
Huh?
How old are you?
28.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, brother.
Are you a patriot, brother?
Hell yeah.
Do patriots care about core American values such as the Constitution, brother?
I mean,
He left too! Ugh, what is going on? Why are you guys doing this? Why are you doing this? This has to be intentional. This has to be intentional. This has to be intentional. Why are they doing this? Is there like some joke that I'm just like not aware of? I don't know. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 43.
Okay. Are you a patriot?
Not really, but I support Trump for one reason.
Okay. Just real quick. What time is it?
Okay, I'm in China now. It's 6:52 a.m.
You said China?
Yeah.
Cool. Fortunately, we're just looking to talk to people from America. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, do just give us a minute. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello.
Hey, are you MAGA?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
I support Trump.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
And what time is it?
It is currently 6:53.
What state are you in?
Chicago.
It's not a state. What state is Chicago in? I gotta say, like, if you were to ask me, like, what time it is in Greece, what time it is in the UK, France, I wouldn't be able to tell you. So, like, the fact that there is, like, a lot of people who aren't from America that know, like, a time zone in America is pretty impressive. Hey, what's up, Ashley? Are you MAGA?
Hey, I'm not, but I have a question about, like...
I'm sorry, Ashley. I gotta kick you. See, we're just looking for a Trump supporter. Have been for, like, the last 2 hours and have been unsuccessful. So I'm pretty disheartened and quick in kicking people today. R, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying hello from Iceland. Been watching for a while, and I'm learning a lot. I just found out... how to sit on PayPal because it's not used here. Well, I appreciate you for the love, R. Thank you so much. Love to Iceland. Then Janet with the $10 saying rethink getting blitz for the show. One of my few regrets at concerts. One of my few regrets are the concerts. I can't remember. Have fun. Well, I think that there's like a good level of blitz where you're feeling good, but you can remember it. And honestly, it's really hard for me to not remember things. I have a very well-performing photographic memory. It's really hard for me to forget things or not remember things. Like my earliest memories are like literally from when I was a toddler, which sounds crazy, but it's like I distinctly remember things I did when I was like 3, which is weird. But that's just my memory, man. What's up? Do you support Trump, Billy?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
44.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Hey, so we've debated a couple times, not anytime recent. March was our last time that we had a conversation. It was me telling you thank you live on the air. I've actually watched you and Parker for over a year now, and I'm a strong, diehard Republican, but you are really changing my ways in a lot of things. And I do have 2 questions for you because I fully support going into our American cities with our military and supporting the law enforcement that is failing at their jobs. Our government and our state government, state elected officials, and our law enforcement is failing at keeping our cities safe from the senseless killings and other act of terrorism that is going on actively. What would your recommendation be to eliminate or to fix the issue and eliminate it entirely? Since it seems like our elected officials in the state and our law can't keep up with what's going on with the active terrorism.
Yeah, I think that the best way to combat crime in America is to try to combat the incentive for crime in America. Um, and the main incentive for crime in this country is poverty, right? So I think if we were to focus on the
Yeah.
elimination of poverty, we could like very heavily reduce the amount of crime. And that's not only something Trump's not doing, he's actively making the issue worse by causing more poverty through his tariffs, big beautiful bill, and mass deportation. And I think that like if we were to look at a political spectrum of far left to far right and everything in between, right? The further right you get, the more you get towards viewing authoritarianism as a solution to crime.
Correct.
And the further left you get, the closer you get towards like viewing, like the eradication of, material distresses as a cause, as a cure for crime. Like trying to eradicate all incentives for crime, such as like class disparities, wealth inequities, et cetera, so on and so forth. And I think that the left has it right. I do, right? If we were to focus on the incentive, if we were to focus on mental health, if we were to focus on policy for gun control, I think that is probably the best way we could combat crime in this country compared to having like a raging lunatic scare the hell out of people by saying he's declaring war on the country in which he governs over,
Yeah, and I heard you make that comment to 2 or 3 guests earlier about declaring war on the American cities or Americans in general. And my take on that is I really believe that he's just really focusing on the terrorist aspect, because the question that I have is
he's not focusing on
Palestine allowed Hamas to invade their country, Gaza, or the city of Gaza, for funding, because Israel cut off all funding and or benefits, health, life, all kinds of property and everything to the Palestinians in Gaza. What and Israel had to go into Gaza and basically try to eliminate Hamas. What is different from Israel going into Gaza and trying to eliminate a terrorist organization that raped, killed, murdered their own citizens, versus the same thing happened in our American cities and our elected officials aren't doing it?
Okay, I don't understand like really anything you just said.
Okay.
I don't know how Palestine and Israel got brought up. But
I was just
it's
saying, what's the
worth
difference between?
it's worth noting that only 7% of the Gaza population has ever voted for Hamas. The last election that they held was in 2006, 17 years ago. As of 2021, 64.2% of Gaza of individuals in Gaza are 25 years or younger. And as of today, only 7% of the remaining population voted for Hamas in 2006. So I don't think it's
So
fair
who
for you to
allowed
suggest
Hamas
that
to
Palestine
stay?
let Hamas in.
Right. Who allowed Hamas to stay inside Gaza and to root the evil that they did root?
Okay, assuming everything that you just said, is it my fault for allowing Trump to be my president?
No, it is not
Thank
your
you.
fault, because I know how you voted. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
So there you have it.
Okay. That helps with that. The third question I have for you is Pete Hegseth with changing. So I fully support. Man, I'm going to tell you, I was just talking with a coworker at work today. Pete Hegseth, it is about time that we hear a Secretary of Defense, regardless if he calls him Secretary of War.
Not Secretary
Yeah.
of Defense, Secretary of War.
I know. I'm having a hard time with that name. I don't like that. But anyway, Secretary of War. Okay. I fully, I love how he
Wait,
is all about
just real quick, I apologize for a
warfighter.
second interruption.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you for using Pete Hegseth's preferred title.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, I'm old school, so my deal is the Secretary of Defense is how I will always call it. I know.
No, you have to call him
job workforce.
You have to call him Secretary of War because that's what he prefers.
I know, and a lot of our memorandums have changed too to state the same. So, anyways, what I was basically getting at with him, though, it is about time that we hear the Secretary of War / Defense, whatever, come out and actually, I feel like, supports the warfighter more than I've ever heard a secretary of defense / war, whatever, support our military. That's one. Number two, I do believe
just by the
in us
way,
going.
did you know that people in the
Yeah.
Pentagon have been like reporting? This is like a lot of people in the Pentagon. You could look up what I'm saying. It's true. Have been reporting
Yeah.
that like Hegseth has appeared to be like Coca-Cola'd out on the job in the Pentagon and has been going through like these fits of like madness and anger.
Oh dear Lord, I was not tracking.
Oh,
that,
is
sorry.
is he representing the military super well?
No, not if he's doing that at the Pentagon. No, he should be. I mean, he's the highest ranking official there at the Pentagon. So what the heck is his problem? But I was really getting at him going today, meeting with the 800 high-ranking generals and admirals and all that from all your military branches of service, and actually telling them we are going back to the basics with basic training, drill sergeant being able to grill the soldiers and flip bunks and stuff like I went to in the early 2000s. The people now that's going in basic training are allowed cell phones. You had stress cards in the mid 2000, like 2010 to 2015. It's became so relaxed that the typical military person that is serving today truly doesn't have that pride that the people that served in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and the early 2000s feel towards the military.
There's a really good.
When you graduate
that's
basic
just
training,
that's
it
just
is
not
like you
true.
earned it.
There's a really so first and foremost, like this is crazy. Probably the one time you're gonna hear me stick up for the people that
Yeah.
go through like basic and are serving in our military, like explicitly so, is it is hard. Okay, it is hard to go through basic. It is hard to live on base. It is hard to get hazed for the first 2 years of of your service on base. And it is not easy. It is not relaxed. That is not true. Okay. And there's a really big reason why it has relaxed since the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. And it's a reason that not a lot of people like to talk about. Are you familiar with the suicide rates on military bases?
I am, because I was almost one of the 22 statistics, so I truly understand it.
Right. Something that no one ever talks about is how many people sign up for the military, go to basic, serve on base, and kill themselves. Right. I have a friend that's been living on base for the last 4 years, and he'll tell me it is like every week there's an ambulance or two coming through responding to a suicide. Right. It is seriously really bad. Right. And I don't think that because of that, I don't think that it is proper at all to turn around and suggest that we need to make their material conditions unnecessarily harder and flip their beds and haze the hell out of them and scream in their faces more than we already do.
How do we different? Okay, so what I'm trying to get at is the pride that you feel when you graduated basic or AIT, the pride that you actually felt like you accomplished and did something. If you're authorized relaxed rules and regulations for the new culture, the new society that is coming through the military now, the sense of pride that we all experienced back in the early days is just not there for these younger generation that's coming through the military. That pride is just really not there. And I'm seeing it today with individuals that I meet at job fairs and different things like that. That military pride is just not the same.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that you're confusing pride for a sense of self-resilience because of the difficult shit that you underwent.
Correct. Yes.
Right? Okay, people will go through things that are difficult, and then they will feel a sense of self-resilience because they were able to get through said thing that was difficult. This doesn't mean that we should be imposing unnecessary difficulty and violence onto people to predispose them towards a higher sense of self-resilience. Like, I don't think that's smart to do at all, especially when that difficulty and violence is leading to so many suicides.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Right.
true. I see your point.
Right. It's like, I think that, like, even like with the military today, like, I wish that like the first, people in their first year or two at basic or, even like on base weren't getting hazed. Like, I think that is wrong. Like I hear stories about like on military bases out in California, how they will duct tape people to mattresses uh, in between two mattresses and then throw them off like a 3-story building, or give each other like lighter burns, or force them to like drink, you know, half liters of tequila and almost die from alcohol poisoning. Like those are like the violent, dangerous things that make people feel this strong sense of self-resilience after they got through it. And I don't really think that we need to be forcing them to go through more of that.
Yeah, and look, I totally agree with everything you just said, because I was not the one showing the hazing, but I have actually had being duct taped to a chair, rolled out in the middle of a gymnasium, and a whole bunch of different other hazing things. So I totally get it. I look, Dean, I really appreciate you and Parker for everything you do. I sent you some money a couple weeks ago in a comment about how compassionate you was to the whole Charlie Kirk thing. Dude, I love you, man, and you are turning me around, and I'm just going to continue watching your live, and who knows, the next election, I might be voting Democrat.
Here's what I'll say to you. This will be my last comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I do, you should re-request and tell me.
Okay.
Because I'm going to be honest, Billy, after talking to you, in my mind, I want to mentally associate you with a category of people whose minds I don't think could be changed. But everything that you just said completely contradicted my association of you in that category. So, I mean, if you do come around, you should really come up here and let us know.
Will do. And look, the last time we debated, I actually called in about the Doge and the overreaching that it was doing to the federal government workforce, and how I was worried about my own position. So that all played out in my favor. God bless me. But at the end, man, I appreciate you, and I'm going to continue watching and learning.
Cool, man. Well, you have a good rest of your day, Billy.
You too.
If I could change Billy's mind, I think if I could change Billy's mind, I think I could change anyone's mind. So I'm gonna, keep in touch, Billy. Feel free to re-request, if I do. But yeah, guys, it is so bad on those bases, bro. It is so bad, man. I hear like all these stories. Because like I said, I had a couple friends that went into the Marines after high school, and I keep in contact with them every once in a while. Let's see. I'm going to go to thank a handful of people. Lavi, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Lavi. That is Lavi. They said, hey, Dean, I've been watching a lot and might go into political science soon. I also just got my wisdom teeth out, so your life gives me comfort. That's awesome. That is so cool. I'm sorry that you had to undergo the pain of getting the wisdom teeth out. So that's actually something that I haven't done yet, and I've been postponing it because if I do get my wisdom teeth out, then I wouldn't be able to stream for like 3 weeks. So... but like, now I'm like 21. It's like kind of getting to an age where it's like, I gotta do it. Right. So I may be taking like a couple weeks off, like probably in the next year to get my wisdom teeth pulled. I would also like to thank Stephanie for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, as well as Kylie with the $10 as well. Saying, how bad is it if the government shuts down? I feel like Trump low-key wants one. Yeah, I mean, we see government shutdowns happen all the time. You guys in the chat are spamming 3 weeks. Does it not take that long to like get back to a point where, you could like speak normally and not feel any pain or whatever? Okay, maybe it's not 3 weeks. 3 days? Some people are saying in the chat. Okay, all right. See, maybe I'm See, I'm kind of like, I'm kind of bad when it comes to medical procedures. See, I can't do it. See, my sister, she works in an ER. It's just so crazy how different people can operate. She like loves it. I hate it. I hate it so much. When I busted this finger open, and I'm flipping you all off to show you because it's like a stub because I busted it open. I couldn't look at it for the whole time. I had a nurse sewing it back together just because I can't do like the medical procedures. I have a phobia there. I really do. So I'm pretty scared of getting the wisdom teeth pulled, but I got to do it, I'd also like to quickly thank Morgan for the $5 on PayPal, Lisa with a 5, Mike with a 12, and Allison with a 3. As well as Danessa with a 3, thank you so much. Nicole, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying you and Parker should create a board and pin all the countries you get donations/guests from. Yeah, that'd be cool. I like that idea. As well as I would like to very quickly thank, let's see here, Shauna, thank you for the $20 on PayPal, saying enjoy the concert tomorrow. And keep defending the SA survivors. We, especially the single mamas, appreciate the advocacy. Hey, Shauna, I appreciate you for the $20. And defending SA survivors is something everyone everywhere should always do. And it's so crazy that it's now a mainstream political debate on if we should or shouldn't defend SA survivors, and if we should or shouldn't give a rapist the highest ranking position of power available to any human on earth. I appreciate you for the $20. Yeah, I am super excited for the concert tomorrow. Boy, oh boy, am I hyped. Anna, thank you for the $20 super chat, saying you are amazing. I appreciate that, Anna. And then Scarlett with the $20 super chat, saying, I remember getting my wisdom teeth pulled. My ride didn't show up, and I had to walk home in the pouring rain, but I'm still good. After getting them pulled? Bro, that is brutal. I'm sorry to hear that that happened to you. And then 1B Carey with the $10, saying, from a psychologist, you described that so well. Thank you for your work. I wonder what that's in reference to. You should let me know. But I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see what else here. There's a couple more that came in. I'm going to thank them, and then we'll probably wrap up here. Valerie, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, saying from one mama to your mama. I bet she's proud. Keep going, young man. Well, Valerie, I appreciate you for the $20. So she is, but she's MAGA. 2 years ago, she was very, very far into the MAGA cult. 2 years later, I'm actually starting to pull her out. I am. But she was so far gone into the MAGA cult, guys. Like, it wasn't even the like kind of right-leaning Trump supporter. I mean, it is the banned 17 times on Facebook for disseminating misinformation Trump supporter. But I've been pulling her out. I have. But, you know, like the reason why I started doing political debates specifically, not debates as a whole, but specifically political ones, was to learn more about politics, to be able to debate my mom, you know? Because I remember before I was like super into politics, I would like try to debate her. And she just had all these contortions of the facts that she'd be able to use as arguments that I didn't know how to respond to. But you know, I've been having some better dialogue with her in the last 2 years. She started to come over. She is. Jen, I appreciate you for the $15 as well over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jenna. I appreciate everyone for your kindness. You guys have been so kind today. You know, I love doing these streams, and I think that the community that we built here is so cool. Seriously. Let's see here. I'd like to thank Diana, Angela. Thank you both for the $10 over on PayPal. And then Leslie with the $15 on Venmo saying live stream under anesthesia when I get the wisdom teeth pulled. Oh, dude, I could never. Alice, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well. Oh, Kayla with the $20. Thank you. Kayla says random, but do you actually own a Facebook page? I see a few out there, so I wanted to check. No. I do not own a Facebook page. There are so many fake Dean Withers Facebook pages out there. Some of them even have like hundreds of thousands of followers. I do not have a Facebook. Ooh. Yeah. No Facebook at all. Okay, guys. I am going to go ahead and end the stream for the evening. Parker will be on in 45 minutes. I will not see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be my day off, and I can't wait. Very excited. Very excited. But I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Peace and love, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.